Everybody, it is September 28th, 2021. I'm convening the Reading Select Board. Joining us remotely is Ann Johnson Landry, and here at Town Hall are Carla Bacci, Karen Herrick, Chris Haley, and Mark Doxer. And so, welcome to all. We have a very busy agenda tonight, and we are expecting a higher number of attendees than usual, and for that reason, I'd like to strongly encourage mask wearing, and thank you for everyone who has. As a quick update, Reading has 65 active cases, a positivity rate of about 3%, and our neighbors in Wilmington and Wakefield have already mandated mask wearing in municipal buildings, and I do believe that is the state guidance as well. So we want everyone to be safe. There are cases out there, and there are no symptoms, and there are people who are vaccinated getting sick, so well, everybody stay safe. Okay. With that, tonight we will start with. A second. Okay. And also, when people come in, especially the applicants for later, why don't you go ahead and sign in? That would be super helpful. And if you've already done it, great. Okay, so tonight we will have public comment, and then we will need to reopen and reclose the November subsequent town meeting warrant to accept the submitted petition article. We will then have a presentation by the rec committee where we can discuss the Birch Meadow master plan and priorities. And then at 8 o'clock, this was posted as a hearing for the right of first refusal for Meadowbrook land on Grove Street. It was posted in accordance with all legal requirements, but it became apparent earlier today that the agenda that was discussed, approved, and is in the packet was not actually the agenda that was posted online, so it doesn't mention the hearing. So we need to cross our T's and dot our I's. So with that being said, we, and with guidance from town council, we have the option to continue. Everyone has made commitments to come and discuss it tonight. We're all ready. She has, and Ivrea, correct me, I don't know if she's joined us. Is she here?
Avery has not joined us online, at least.
Okay, she might join later. All right, so we have the option to, we will not open the hearing, Mr. Secretary, but we will still hear the presentations and welcome public comment and have discussion. And everything that we say tonight can be entered into the official record for the hearing. We will need to reschedule the hearing. Staff will need to re-advertise the hearing. You know, we can do it on October 12th, and luckily, you know, we were still, haven't run out of time. If members would like to do a separate meeting just to do that, I'm open to it as well. But that is what we need to do at this point. So we will attend to the Birch Meadow items, and Ivrea will be there for that. And then the final item for the, well, no, I take that back. We have an item on vote to consider whether to seek mediation in regards to open meeting law complaints, 1 through 4, dated May 25th, June 22nd, July 1st, July 3rd. We have an update from town council on that, and we will act accordingly, discuss and act accordingly. And at 8:45, then we will begin to talk about where we are in our town manager search process. And we will also save the bulk of the time for the ad hoc town manager screening committee applicants. We were discussing earlier, I believe there are 37. This is an unprecedented number, but you know, Reading is a community that runs on volunteers, so all are welcome. So we will take care of that at 8:45. After that, we will briefly discuss future agendas and approve meeting minutes, and then we'll be able to adjourn. Okay. So if we'd like to get started, again, welcome everyone who came this evening. Is there anyone who would like to speak during public comment tonight? Mr. Brown, I believe we would like you to come sit up there. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. Like you, I attended the town board connected up with a scout that I haven't seen for over 50 years.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Quite pleasant. On Saturday, I went by Memorial Park, and I observed probably 50 to 60 people teaching the kids how to play soccer. That is strictly against the deed when it was given to the town of Reading. And I will read it for you just so you understand it.
Mhm.
But said land shall not be used as a playground for football, baseball, soccer, and kindred games, or any game in their nature that is hazardous, or requires fenced enclosures or tents to draw together crowds of people, or interfere with the quiet enjoyment of those homes within the immediate neighborhood. And I know about every 3 years I have to go through this with various boards, for some reason or other. And even in Wood End, it states organized sports, and that is not the truth. That is not the thing. They should not be playing down there at all, period. And I would hope that the selectmen will take that under, select board, will take that under consideration and make the right adjustments. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So this sounds like something that could be added to our tracker, Bob.
What am I tracking?
Mr. Brown's request regarding Memorial Park.
And what's supposed to happen? I don't quite follow.
No soccer youngs on their ball.
Yeah, I understand that, but the tracker is, I mean, I can add that, but then what's the action? What's the follow-up? I don't quite see that.
I would think that you might go through the recreation and explain to these people that they cannot play down there.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, to the best of my knowledge, no one is pulling permits to do this. You know, they'd be foolish to do that. So it's really a question of someone, for lack of a better term, policing the use of the field.
I'll
I'm not sure who should do that.
I'll volunteer.
Yeah, I'll see you down there.
Can I suggest this might be better as, I think the board would want to have a discussion if there's going to be any action to be taken or not taken, rather than, I don't think the tracker is to Bob's point, I'm not sure what we're tracking.
Well, at this point, I think, and it's been done once before, they've gone to land court and got a decision from land court as to what may not happen down there. In 99% of the cases, it has been ruled in the original deed. The only deviation was when they wanted to put the swimming pool down there a number of years ago, and one of the survivors did agree to having the swimming pool put there. It was never built there, it was built behind the high school. But that's the only deviation. And I recall there was a former selectman that also wanted to have baseball down there, and that was a no-no.
So, but since it's not on our agenda,
It's not on our agenda.
No, that's all right. No, I appreciate it, but just want to bring it to your attention. Thank you.
And the reason I suggest putting it on the tracker is because it's a request from a resident for potential enforcement if necessary. And what I think I need, and I don't, if others agree with me, I'm gonna need some help from staff because I do appreciate that this has come up before and previous select boards have discussed it. Well, this probably falls in the category of comes up every few years. Okay, is there any other public comment? Okay. Okay, so, Bob, would you like to help us with this item regarding the citizens petition for the subsequent town meeting warrant?
Certainly.
Thank you.
Let me share a screen. At your last meeting, the board voted to close both the October and November warrants. I mentioned at the time that the November warrant still had another week under the charter. And indeed, a group of residents submitted the petition that you should see on the shared screen within that deadline. So according to the town council, the board must include this in the warrant. Let me show you what it looks like. would come in as Article 9 petitioned, and then this is the exact language in that petition. I know Mark has a motion in how to reopen the warrant and then reclose it. I don't know if there's any other questions.
No, I would entertain a motion.
Move to reopen the November subsequent town meeting warrant.
Second.
Thank you, Chris. Any discussion, board members? Okay, none appearing,
Chris has one.
oh, sorry.
I just had I don't know if it's a general question or not, or if I can even comment on it, but if we did halt 40 Rs, can't people just make 40 Bs regardless? And then all we're losing is the commercial aspect of it? Or is that not still the case? That's just my general question regarding it. I mean, I'm all for halting everything, but we can't unfortunately do any of that. So to see us halting 40 Rs when they could just put a 40B instead just doesn't make sense to me.
Karen, Bob has his hand up.
Okay, I can't see Bob on the screen. Okay, Bob, I'd love to
All right.
recognize you.
I'll have to get reused to Zoom. I'm out of practice. For Chris, right now the town is above 10%, so we are legally safe harbored or protected against 40B developments, especially adverse. So regardless of anything else the town does or doesn't do, 40Bs will not be coming to Reading, at least not adverse ones. We could welcome a friendly one. And even after the census figures are recalculated, we are virtually certain we will remain above 10%. So 40B, if you will, is not a threat. The 40R is therefore very separate and distinct from that concern, I guess I'll say.
Yeah, I only mentioned it because I know previously, I think Laura said that we were just gonna fall short under the 10%, but if we're still above it, then obviously then we're good. That's good to know.
Any other discussion?
Ready for another motion?
We haven't voted on this one.
Um,
To close it? No.
sorry, you're right, we haven't voted to reopen, sorry, you're right.
It's been seconded, but you haven't voted
Yes,
on it.
okay, so Anne, we're gonna go to you first, just to be organized. How would you like to vote on this? Yes. Carlo?
Yes.
Chris?
Yes.
Mark?
Yes.
And Karen, yes. 5-0. Great, thank you.
Move to accept the petitioned warrant articles submitted by Mary Ellen O'Neill on September 21st, 2021.
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion?
Is Mary Ann, and I have a question, is Mary Ann on at all?
Mary Ellen?
Sorry, Mary Ellen. No. Temporary is kind of open-ended, that's all in the article. So I don't know how
So
I know what it means, but it's kind of, what's temporary? A month, 6 months, 9 months?
No, fair enough. I don't know that she's here. So Bob, just so I'm clear, so I heard you say this must go on the warrant, and this is the mechanism by which we do it. So, but at town meeting, you can ask the question unless you reach out to her beforehand.
Right, okay, yep.
Fair enough. Okay, we have a motion and a second and discussion. Any other questions? Okay, none appearing. Anne?
Yes.
Carlo?
Yes.
Chris?
Yes.
Mark?
Yes.
Karen, yes. Great.
Move pursuant to Article 2.14 of the Town of Reading's Charter and Section 2.1.4 of the town's general bylaws to call a subsequent town meeting to be held remotely on November 8th, 2021, as requested by the moderator in his letter dated September 9th, 2021, and to close the warrant consisting of now 9 articles.
Second. Any discussion? Okay, board members, since I see you, starting with Anne remotely.
Yes.
Carlo?
Yes.
Chris?
Yes.
Mark?
Yes.
And Karen, yes. 5-0. Okay, great. Okay, next item. Discuss Birch Meadow master plan. And am I correct that the recreation department will be presenting or speaking to us?
Emily and Jenna are here, so I don't know who's on.
Wonderful. So please, if you don't mind. I think you'll be in the camera that way and we'll definitely hear you. It's awesome.
Great. So, hello, Emily Sisson, 92 John Street, current chair of the Recreation Committee. Thank you for hearing us out. And so on the August 31st Financial Forum, there was a draft of the upcoming capital plan where they added in some information about the Birch Meadow Master Plan that came from a presentation we made to the Select Board in February of this year, I believe, might have been January. And all the items were great, they're things we've discussed, but they were listed in what appeared to be a priority order. So I reached out to Mr. Ross on the on FinCom to discuss, and he said that he takes his cues from you guys about priorities and things like that. So I just wanted to, I reached out to Carlo, who's our liaison, and he got us here. So I don't want to take a ton of time. I don't think we need to revisit the presentation you've already seen. But I just want to make sure that when it comes time to finalize the capital plan, making sure we connect with the rec committee and Jenna, the rec administrator, to make sure that our priorities are in line. So a little bit of background, we hired and of course my laptop just shut down. We hired Activitas, which is a firm that kind of specializes in these things, to help us kind of come up with a long-term visionary plan for Birch Meadow, and it was presented at the November 18th meeting, recreation meeting of last year, subsequently presented here. Really positive feedback from the community, and for us, I think the big thing is the thing that Activitas, and most importantly, the community has identified as a top priority for since we first surveyed them in I think 2008, is bathrooms down there. And on the capital plan, if we're looking at the ordering, that's, fourth on the priority. So as you all know, there's nothing actually even funded, so this is all kind of a moot point anyway. But if we do get funding, we'd really want to kick it off with something that the community is really behind and would feel really motivated to kind of help contribute to future projects. The way it's written now, the first thing is like redoing the parking lot, and that's not very fun and exciting. I think, breaking ground on a pavilion with bathrooms that people have requested for 15 years might get the community a little bit more engaged in the project and hopefully scare up some donors to kind of help us move some of those bigger things forward. So I'm just here to ask that we're all on the same page and that we work with Jenna, the Activitas recommendations, rec committee, to make sure that when it goes forward, we don't say, oh, we're going to fund this thing first. That was kind of deemed like a 5th, 6th level priority. So.
No, I appreciate that.
That's what I got.
Yeah, we spent excellent money on Activitas.
We did.
I am in strong support of what you're talking about. I think that absolutely is what the community has identified, what the community needs. It should be on the top of the list in terms of what's going to go on. As I look at what they identified as kind of critical projects and gave estimates in terms of cost, so I think that you're talking about they call it modest in the scheme of things, somewhere around $750,000 if I'm reading it right, up to 1.2 million for that section. I think that's by far kind of the highest priority that we've got, and would strongly support moving that one forward.
Awesome. Yeah, we're beyond the, if you look through the presentation that was in the packet, the critical ones are really the ones that we're interested in prioritizing. And after that, it'll depend on if we get a donation from Little League, maybe we push the baseball improvements forward, that kind of thing. I don't think we have a set priority in mind for the things that are out longer term, but those critical projects, it would be, it would make us all feel great if, the work that Activitas did in conjunction with, all the work we've done was reflected accurately in the plan.
That's a reasonable request.
Thanks, Erin. Since I wasn't here for the presentation before, so in terms of the bathroom, where would that end up getting located over there? I'm in Birch Meadow, so you can just let me know
Yeah, so,
any point.
and Jenna can certainly correct me if I'm wrong, there's a map in the packet.
Yep.
And I would say, where the bank of trees is, that's between the batting cages and the multipurpose field,
Yes,
roughly in that central
so
area.
centralized.
Yeah,
Okay. Perfect, yeah, no, It's a great area over there, other than when it floods and whatnot, but other than that, no, I appreciate your work on things.
I'm good, I mean,
So he's listened to me at nauseam about this.
No, not ad nauseam, no, I think this is just to reinforce
Yeah.
what rec committee, consultant, the town, you know, they've been doing a lot of work, the subcommittee did a lot of work, and it was just to reinforce when it gets presented at town meeting that this would be a great kickoff to the project.
Ian, any comments?
No comments. Thank you, Emily, for bringing this to the board's attention. We certainly want a capital plan to reflect the priorities of the community, especially when there's already been such a rigorous process to solicit that input. So thanks for bringing it to our attention.
So, Bob?
Yeah, thanks. Sorry, Emily, I'm behind you.
That's
I'm
okay.
gonna share a screen just so we can quickly discuss. This is the list I got from Jenna somewhere in August, from Activitas, that was kind of a summary of the work that was proposed and spelled out in greater detail in those 100 pages. So my understanding from what you're talking about is this item right here that they called support structure and central circulation is the one that includes, you know, some of the elements you're discussing.
Yep.
It would be very helpful, because I just have this and then an enormous document that was in the board's packet. It would be helpful if the rec committee can divide this up, if it needs to be divided into elements, such as the restrooms and other things.
Yep.
I know there's pathways. My understanding is so far Activitas has just done conceptual work. What typically would be the next step is some kind of design work, and none has happened yet. So the next thing should be at a town meeting that someone requests X number of dollars for design work on whatever elements, you know, are the highest priority. So again, if someone can spell out to me what the elements of that support structure and central circulation are, and we can certainly work with rec with engineering to sort of determine what design work is needed. But that would be the next logical step. Rather than just approving, you know, $1 million plus or minus in the capital plan, you need to get a finer level of design as to what you want and then price that out, especially these days.
Mhm.
Does that make sense?
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thanks, guys. So Bob, from a timing point of view, if we had that information from the rec committee, could that then be added to the capital plan at November town meeting?
You know, it's a little tricky because the finance committee is voting this Thursday on the November town meeting warrant. That doesn't mean they can't revote the night of town meeting or sometime in between. But whatever FinCom votes this Thursday is what will likely go into print for town meeting. And they don't have another meeting scheduled to go into print for the November town meeting, which, believe it or not, is coming up rather fast. So there's no reason it can't be added on the floor of town meeting at least. And there's a possibility, you know, if work gets done sooner. You know, I have absolutely no objection to adding it to November town meeting and funding it with free cash if we know what the it is. But that's, again, FinCom's gonna vote in 2 days.
Emily, where are you folks in terms of what would be needed to do that? I'm imagining 2 days is a little quick.
2 days is a little quick.
Yeah.
But I can definitely work with Jenna and the committee to at least do Bob's suggested step of kind of breaking out those different elements. You know, we kind of have them in bigger chunks and, you know, giving kind of a more definitive priority and, you know, we'll just do the best we can with the little time we have. How's that?
And Bob, do you think it would make sense, kind of armed with that, to have a discussion about kind of what should be brought forward to town meeting, so we know what it is? Is it, you know, if it's a, some kind of a study that goes from there to estimate costs or what the next step might be?
Yeah, Mark, I would suggest from that list I showed, sort of backing away from the list and just thinking holistically, you know, what are the general short-term items that are desirable? because it's quite possible you'll want to do design work on a few things, not just one thing, not just restrooms, for instance. You might want to add in a few other things. And may as well get the funding, all at once, honestly. So, I don't want to rush anyone. November town meeting is an opportunity for the funding, so is April. Probably not crucially different, because you're not going to see work done this spring. That's not going to happen. But it absolutely should be lined up for next spring, from a year from this spring, and potentially sooner. Keep in mind that down in the Birch Meadow area, the stadium field is going to be worked on next summer, and that will be the priority in the area. There will be a lot of construction going on starting in probably June for the track and the turf. So I'm not sure, as a practical matter, how much work really could happen down at Birch Meadow next summer, even if, you were fully prepared.
Thanks.
So if we can get some kind of sketch, whenever it's convenient, that'd be great. We'll change the capital plan as soon as we can. And then we'll just ask for the next available town meeting, including this November one, if that's possible. The deadline really would be the floor of town meeting, but generally town meeting likes to see things in advance, so we want to be a little careful with that.
Great feedback.
Someone in the audience have a question? Mr. Mon?
Yes, Jamie Maughan, 263 Woburn Street. First, I just want to thank the committee that's put together that Birch Meadow Master Plan. It's been on the books, we've been working on it for a decade. It's so exciting to start talking about prioritization. I think the idea that Emily has of prioritizing is so important, and putting something in front of the town that they can see the progress. So I would be in full support of moving ahead with that structure, even if we can't get other things designed. And I can't say this for sure, but I'll bet the firm that did the master plan can give us a quick estimate of what we need for design. 10% of construction is kind of a default number. We could use that, we could approve it at town meeting and go ahead. And if we can't get 100% design, we can get 80% design. So I'd be in full support in that. And just a little personal observation, I've been lucky enough to be playing tennis down at Sturgis Park this summer in fall. And for some reason, there's a porta pot there at Sturgis Park. It's part of construction or something. But while I've been playing tennis, dozens of people come by and use that porta pot. The need for sanitary facilities at our recreational area is critical. And not that porta pots are a bad thing, but they're not the best thing for sanitation. So let's move ahead with this priority and not be held up to get a bigger plan and get that building in place. Thank you.
Any others from the public? Okay, I would, I agree, this has been a long time in coming, a lot of work, a lot of time, a lot of community feedback, and I would like to see this be correctly highlighted on the capital plan. And I know we're asking you to do more work and
Ask a busy person and it gets done.
yeah, so thank you both for coming tonight. I really appreciate this. And this is really an exciting project and something that the community fully supports, as far as folks have spoken to me about. And I would also say that after 20 years as a town meeting member, it is definitely not uncommon to get some things before town meeting that we can take action on. So I don't want that to scare you away. Okay, so you could take a little more than 2 days, I think, but it's okay to get it to us a week before we have ways to reach the town meeting members.
Thank you all very much for the time and for the feedback, and we'll see you again in an hour.
Thanks, Emily.
Thank you both.
Thanks, Jeff.
All right. Okay. Okay, so next is the, has Ivrea joined us yet? Just interesting, okay, that's all right. Next is the hearing that actually won't be a hearing. So in the packet, it is listed as a hearing, it was advertised as a hearing, as I mentioned, but tonight we have members from the Conservation Commission I see in the room. I have also a few slides that I'd like to share. We have an opportunity to exercise a first right of refusal for 5 lots on Grove Street, owned by Meadowbrook Land, currently defined as Chapter 61 land for recreation use. And so I thank the Conservation Commission for putting together some suggestions for why this would be an opportune time to consider this purchase. So I think I could invite, Anika, would you like to come on up? Thank you.
Thank you.
And so just go ahead and introduce yourself.
So good evening. My name's Anika Scanlon. I'm the Chair of Reading Conservation. I've been on conservation for well over 14 years. And I understand that, you know, this Meadowbrook land is an opportunity for the town to have that first right of refusal, that opportunity to purchase. It does provide an opportunity, it's included in your packet. I prepared a parking plan. It's at this point, it's a conceptual plan. It's just for discussion. It's not a design drawing or a final plan by any means. It's just one way to show the town and the select board what could be done with the land. And it's something to consider. So, as you all know, and as the town's known for quite a long time, parking at Stroud Ave for Town Forest has been problematic for many populations and residents, walkers, people who drive to the compost area for a number of years. There's also sensitive habitat and protected resource areas right off the road in some places along Grove Street and along Stroud Ave. That includes some endangered species habitat, vernal pools, and wetlands. So the opportunity this first right of refusal offers is to buy that one lot right next to the town land and to develop it as a parking area that, if the town so decides, could be an official entrance to Town Forest, as opposed to going in through Stroud Ave. It provides a level of safety so that pedestrians don't compete with vehicles, small and large, vehicles that work on Stroud Ave. It also provides an ability to potentially develop a trail that would bypass Compost Center altogether. So I guess I just wanted to wrap up and say that, Lot 5, developing Lot 5 as a parking area is a pretty broad opportunity that actually the town targeted in an earlier planning documents. For example, the 2013 Open Space and Recreation Area Plan, and also a management plan on the Town Forest Committee's website. Evaluations have been done of this area in the past. This is not a new problem. This particular solution to take advantage of Meadowbrook's Chapter 61C status to purchase land that would benefit the town, that's been brought up before, but the opportunity wasn't there in the past. Now the opportunity is there. I'm just gonna put that out to you and see if you guys have any questions.
Mark?
Thanks, Karen. Thanks for kind of putting the drawing together things here too, Anika. Has any consideration been given for other parts of that area as well? So I know that this lot 5 would be conducive to, access, because I guess it's contiguous to the forest. How about the other lots? Any other conservation ideas that have come forth so far?
At this point, there's a number of different However, the proximity that Lot 5 has to the wetlands, Lot 5 is within the 100-foot setback zone, which means it's closest to the resource area, and technically speaking, it could potentially be a buildable lot. But the town owning that property could give the town the best control over that and the easiest access. If another one of those lots, for example, were developed into a parking area instead, and Lot 5 were sold off for single house development, there would have to be some sort of additional easement or taking to create a trail behind those other lots. So, you know, if another lot is developed, the other as a parking, I imagine potentially the use of the remaining lots would be diminished in some capacity. I don't know what that looks like. I really don't come tonight with a lot of preconceived notions. I just want to present you guys with a vision.
Just continue, Riddick. So I guess I view this more as a big opportunity for the town to take advantage of this right of first refusal. Certainly, there is a great opportunity for access into the forest, and that's wonderful. I'm interested in even more than that in terms of potential uses of that land for the town. I think it's just a unique opportunity. So I'll stop there for now because I know we'll dig into some other topics related to this in a few minutes.
Any questions for Anika? Chris?
Thanks, Karen. So in terms of the lots, number 5 would be the most advantageous for us to get, as opposed to 3 or whatever. If we could just do it one way, you would say number 5 right out of the gate is the optimal one for this situation.
It appears to be. At a pretty preliminary look, it appears to make the most sense. If you're talking about Lot 3, I think there's a wall along the street there. So some sort of development would have to overcome that vertical obstacle to develop that lot. And that might be increased cost to the town to put a parking lot in Lot 3. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yes. So I guess I had other questions, but as it pertains to this presentation, I think I'm good with that. But thank you.
I have a quick question.
Sure.
I'm guessing this particular lot 5, and you know, it says gravel, there'd be, because it's a dusk to dawn situation, there'd be no lights, proposed lights to interfere with anything. Would you propose?
I don't know, to your point, this is a conceptual plan.
Right.
There might be lights, there might not, I don't know. When the plan got drawn, you know, the exact details, it's not a design plan. So
Right.
the exact details of what's, you know, we have to get past the yay or nay first.
Right. So no
And-
cost we can take into consideration, just a concept.
It was, right, it was a conceptual.
Right.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anne, do you have any questions? And
Are there, I guess, are there other uses you could see the property being used for besides a parking lot that you think would add value to the community?
You know, I'm sure other people could come up with other uses to meet other town interests. I since I'm coming from a conservation perspective, and considering this COVID year, how much traffic at Town Forest has increased for people's mental health and social health to be able to get out safely, and the increased use along Strout Ave and parking on Grove Street, and the impact that has, the stress that causes to that territory. It just seems like a reasonable good fit. But to your point, it could be developed however the town sees fit. It depends on the townspeople to decide the ultimate use of this lot. This is just one possibility.
Sure, but in terms of from a conservation perspective, you think this would be the best the best use? Are there other conservation related purposes you could see for this property, or is the parking your kind of final and only recommendation here?
Yeah, I think at this point, and this is not reflective of all of conservation, but I'm just going to answer this as from my vantage point on conservation. Because I don't want to speak for, I try to be very careful not to speak for everybody, because there are different opinions. But from my vantage point, conservation kind of serves two purposes. First of all, to genuinely protect the resource area. But the second purpose is to encourage appropriate use of the resource area and to encourage that engagement with nature and thereby foster an inherent love and protection of these natural resources. So from that standpoint, I see, a well-constructed public space as serving that second purpose.
Thank you.
Anika, did you say you were able to find on the town website information related to prior discussions and thoughts that the town had along Stroud Ave or in that general area?
So, as I mentioned earlier, parking in this area has been discussed. I was doing a search of town records to just try to understand the history a little bit and to understand any previous decisions conservation may have made, so that we understood the precedent before I came to sit down before you guys. There was no official filing that we could find, no official notice of intent or RDA, or no official voted decision by conservation. However, what I did find was what I emailed the board tonight, which I'm sorry I didn't find it sooner, which was the town forest inventory of interests and conservation areas, and it's on the town's webpage. And in the town archive documents, there's the 2013 Open Space Master Plan. Open Space Plan and Recreation Plan. I might be garbling the title a little bit, I can get an exact citation.
So I'm not sure that we got the document that you wanted to forward to us, but I can follow up with you because we want to include it in the packet and
Yeah,
the minutes for this note.
Thank you. What I did send was literally a link to a town webpage
Okay.
that has the report.
You guys didn't get it, did you?
No, we did.
I think
So-
that did come in
okay.
just before 6.
Oh, it did?
So it kind of goes through.
Oh, there it is, I see it.
There's plenty we could digest that at another time.
Was that, excuse me, Karen, was that pertaining to Stroud Ave or this particular lot?
It discussed Stroud Ave.
Stroud Ave, okay.
In the open space master plan, it set a goal from 2013, it set a goal of avoiding the protected habitat for an endangered species on Stroud Ave and come up and acknowledging that Meadowbrook had Chapter 61 land, keeping the opportunity open to activate on that and also to develop adequate parking for town forests. Those were mentioned in these two reports, and one of those, developing parking for town forest, was a goal to the 2013 it was part of the 7-year goal to the open space plan.
Right, and you mentioned in your letter that it's pertaining to the potential parking on Stroud Ave.
Right.
Okay, just with the species.
And the link and I'm sorry to throw a lot of information at you, but the link I sent tonight is a report done by a Mass Audubon scientist
Right, so
evaluating what town forest can offer
So
and what it has. as
based on those
resources.
findings, it seems like from the conservation end, and I know you're not speaking for the whole board, that you would be against doing some proposed parking in that area because of the invasive species and the habitat, and that's what
Well, I think if anything were to be developed at the end of Stroud Ave, it would have to go through the endangered species review at the state level. And you could, I'm tempted to pass this over to Chuck Tironi, the administrator, as he might have some more specifics on that.
Hello, everyone. So about developing the end of Stroud Ave, and I guess, I guess the best thing to say is that although the surrounding area, wetland and forest, and the entire length of Stroud Ave is within the Natural Heritage and Species Program, the area where the water treatment plant is not. And that would fall under just the Conservation Commission's normal jurisdiction in that area. So there's no proposal in front of us at this moment. The only proposal that we did have was back in 2005 when the water treatment plant was taken down. And no other, nothing else has come in front of the Conservation Commission, and it's hard to speculate. So, that's as far as that I would say. It seems to have more restrictions as far as resource areas than the Grove Street Chapter 61 land. And the Grove Street land has direct access to town land, which is water treatment property land. And on the plan that I think Anika distributed to the select board, there's an area of up and dry land that could create a pathway that doesn't need an easement from the Meadowbrook parking or the Meadowbrook Golf Club. So Colorado, I'm not sure if I answered your question other than to say that there's an area that does not fall under, MESA review.
Yeah, no, thank you. I hope I didn't infer development and did not mean development by any means. I meant parking and what was from the letter that Anika did. I do not, I'm not for or supporting or advocating for any development over there. We were just talking about parking, as we've spoken in the past, about the other site, the water treatment site, throwing some gravel and creating, more parking to alleviate the stress of Stroud Ave, like you said. And it's a separate issue from the Meadowbrook land, which I know is, you consider this all together because it's so close to the town forest and access, but by no means that I mean development on those, either site.
Yeah, it would be interesting to see a proposal. Getting back to the Chapter 61 land, that first lot is ideally suited for conservation purposes because of its location. If you can almost go down there and see where it's located, because you can see the house number just across from that on the plan, and it's near wetland area, but it goes up uphill or up gradient quickly, and a path could be made. A parking lot is used, for parking, a meeting spot. It can be cordoned off, and there could be other activities done in this area that's owned by the town or the town forest. The town forest, to me, I've been here for a while now, doesn't really have an official entrance. I hope I'm right about that. Apologize if I'm not, but that's what this could be, and it doesn't mean that this is the only spot out there, but this is the one that's presenting itself at this moment and has the time limit. So a decision needs to be made about this. I don't know if there's other, things that conservation would be aware of that the rest of the land could be used for. I know there's some nice forested land in back of that, and not only does this parking lot give the town access to the town forest, but it gives the town access to possible opportunities behind these 5 lots. And that's something to think about also. I did mention this to the town tree warden just briefly, and I asked him if he knew about where this trail would end up coming out in the town forest. And what this trail does is it avoids all the activity that the DPW department has going on during the day in the mulching area, which is, you know, if anyone's been down there, there's a lot of movement, there's a lot of trucks moving things back and forth. And this bypasses all of that. It's just a scenic walk into, there's like a half circle area that's right in Town Forest. It seems ideal.
Okay.
Thank you.
So I know there are a number of people in the room, and it's good for us to hear from other committees that are advisory to the select board. Is anyone, I didn't say you could leave. I don't mean to say you can't say anymore either, sorry. Thank you, Anika.
Be happy to answer more questions.
And just for those who joined us late, so this was advertised as a hearing. We are taking all of comments and all information tonight, and we will include it as an official record of the hearing, but it is not the hearing tonight. We are gonna need to re-advertise and do the hearing process, most likely at our next meeting. So again, thank you all for coming. So on this topic, are there any Town Forest or Trails Committee folks who would like to speak about this conceptual proposal or the prospect of acquiring, exercising our right of first refusal?
Yeah,
Mr. Finch?
I'm willing to speak.
Great.
Will Finch, 51 Mill Street, member of the Reading Trails Committee. One procedural question. I see in the plan, the lot's already been subdivided legally?
I can give you a quick answer to that, and we do have Irvia joining us later if there are further questions. My understanding from quick legal analysis that was shared with me by town council is that they have gone before CPDC and they are approval not required A&R lots. That's all I know.
Okay, all right, thank
They
you.
have not been recorded.
All right, yeah, that's,
Excellent question.
yeah, that's procedural. Looking back on the history of land that we have lost in the past, meaning Longwood, Poultry Farm, and the nursery that was at the current location of Reading Commons, or used to be called Archstone. The town had the chance to purchase those properties, and I would urge everyone to think back on what the town has lost in terms of open space by allowing those parcels to disappear from public use. And so in that sense, I'm strongly in favor of purchasing these 5 lots and preserving as much as we can for conservation. And then if we find some lots that aren't valuable enough in that sense, they can be sold for development. And of course, I feel like I'm harping on this, but the Community Preservation Act, if we passed that 7 or 8 years ago, would have given us a tool to deal with situations like this. And I think it's time to bring that concept up for to people in town again.
Very good.
That's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Appreciate that. Yes, Mr. Murphy.
Can we buy just the one lot?
Let me hold that question, okay? That's an excellent question. Was there anybody else from Conservation or Town Forest, or Mr. Mon? You had your hand up?
I'm an alumni of conservation.
Yes,
but-
absolutely.
And I do have a history on this location, this site, and I think everybody knows the parking on Grove Avenue is a mess. It's dangerous. All the cars that park off the road create mud and silt that wash into the vernal pools and create environmental damage. So it's not a very good situation from a safety standpoint, from a conservation standpoint, from an ecology standpoint. Also, the parking at the old water treatment plant site creates a number of problems. It is a town forest. And if we're driving cars through the heart of that, it diminishes the aesthetics, it diminishes the recreational experience. And from conservation standpoint, you're driving right through some of the most sensitive habitats we have in this whole state. There are vernal pools on either side. And all the traffic, if we plow it in the winter, if we put salt on that road in the winter so people can get in, those salamanders, we can only live in the vernal pools, are not gonna be able to survive if it gets too salty. This idea that Anika and Concom have come up with is an ideal situation. It keeps the traffic out of the heart of our town forest. It leaves that entire open field where the treatment plant used to be as special habitat. We don't have that much open field in Reading. It's mostly forested or wetland. An open field special habitat for a number of birds and animals. If we put a parking lot there, it doesn't happen anymore. So we can park away from those sensitive areas, have easy access to people. When we put the parking lot at Matera Cabin, that is heavily used, particularly since the pandemic. And when we have a little parking lot down by Will's house off Mill Street. And I think, Carlos, to answer your question, Anika couldn't say this because she's on Concom, but I can't imagine having lights in that parking lot. It would look like Matera Cabin or the one off Pearl Street or the one off Mill Street. It'd be a very low-key parking area. Crushed stone surface, no asphalt, we wouldn't have to put salt down, and it's away from the wetlands. So I think we have an ideal situation here, and I think that 2013, I'm not that old. The 2013 report was something that our former town manager headed up, and he identified 2 areas of open space left in the town. Camp Curtis Gill and the golf course. If those 2 disappear, we don't have any opportunities for open space. So even if it's only 5 lots, it's what we can get. And it backs up on open areas. So even though we don't buy more, we're covering that frontage. So we're keeping some open space. And by buying 5 lots, we get actually more benefit than just that acreage. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? I see Miss O'Neill in the back. Yes, please.
Should I speak from here, or do you want me to?
Well, I would think they would love y'all to come up here. Jamie's kind of loud, so.
That's what my wife says too, Karen.
Mary Ellen O'Neill, 125 Summer Avenue. I'm a frequent user of the town forest and have been for many, many years. And I worked with DPW to get at least some signage put up for pedestrians because it's a very dangerous situation there. And so they put some modest, be aware of pedestrian signs. But Stroud Avenue is technically an avenue with 30-mile-per-hour speed limit. I've asked for a reduced speed, but I don't know if we could get that. But more and more people are coming up to use the forest. Lots of people, they're bringing strollers into the forest. They're bringing little kids into the forest. It's beyond individual hikers with their dogs. So it's very treacherous there when the compost is open to have people walking along Stroud Avenue, and it gets narrowed as the greenery grows and the knotweed or whatever that is fills in. It's very tricky. So it would be wonderful for lots of reasons to have another parking area. So I appreciate your listening. Thank you.
Okay, I would add that I was unaware of this more extensive survey done about, talking about the need going back to 2013 for more parking and safe parking, but I echo that parking on Grove Street is not ideal and it is dangerous, and we've heard Stroud is also dangerous, and in the winter, it's not plowed, so it's dangerous. It's just not fun. And it's not attractive. I will say that I did find a reference, and looking back through select board notes of our town manager 1.0, saying that should land ever come up on Meadowbrook, the town should buy it. And Lord knows we couldn't buy the whole parcel. But this is, I would agree, this is an opportunity. if you would allow me, I forwarded Bob and Caitlin a couple of slides that I wanted to show you about another conceptual possibility that we could do with these lots. And then the board did receive some communication today, and I think Ivrea can help us talk about our options. We now have different options than we had this morning with regards to this property. Okay, Caitlin, did we lose, oh, there it is. Bob, would you put up the Weston presentation for me, and really just for the graphical nature? So this will be in the packet, so these are incredibly desirable lots. Approval not required lots. Don't take my word for it, ask any realtor in town whether these are desirable, they are. So what is gonna go there, if we don't buy them, are gonna be as big a houses as they can get approved. They're building big houses in Reading. So with that thought, if we were to acquire these lots, we don't have to allow the houses to be built. I've seen lots of comments this summer about too much development in town, so this would be a good time for those people to speak up. But as an alternative, as a community, I was looking for options for us to potentially, if those lots were to be built anyway, what could we do? And one of the thoughts that I had, and this is purely conceptual, we only have 90 days to make this decision, so we don't have a lot of time, but we would need to flesh ideas like this out. So this is a great project from Weston, working with Habitat for Humanity to, and I believe the process they used is a friendly 40B local initiative program or something like that. Okay, so the zoning up there is single family zoning. So we're looking at 4 or 5 big houses, or maybe 4 or 5 units of affordable housing. So same density, because I can't imagine this board would ever want to make it worse for the residents but consolidated housing could serve 2 purposes. It could provide affordable housing to income restricted folks, including staff. A lot of staff can't afford to live in Reading anymore. Seniors, veterans. It would be under our local control, but Habitat Humanity does partner with communities to run it, build it, identify the applicants, track the volunteers, help them when they need upgrades, help them when it's resold. So that might be an interesting project for us to consider. I do understand from conversations I've had with Senator Lewis at the Town Forest celebration that the money that the $5 billion they have at the state level, they are gonna be looking at more open space. What can we do in the state? And affordable housing is a big issue. So, there may be more ways for us to get some assistance with this, so a partnership would work. Anyway, this is another conceptual option. The last time, from my perspective, we purchased the Zani property, and there wasn't really a concept next to it. And to Bob's credit, it doesn't cost us anything to maintain it, and it's open space, and it's resiliency, climate resiliency, so that's good. But I thought it would be helpful in making our decision and sending this to town meeting for their input, that we have multiple options. Okay, so that'll be in the packet, and that's just one option. I'm sure there are others. And I think with that, if I could ask Ivrea to help us, just talk a little bit about, we had a question from the audience, can we just buy one lot? And we did receive that letter today from Bancroft Associates or Bancroft Estates. So it's good for the board to talk about what our options are going forward from today.
Sure, thank you, Karen. So as the board discussed previously tonight, you're making a determination about whether to exercise your right of first refusal under Chapter 61B. And under Chapter 61B, you're required to essentially step into the shoes of the buyer. And so we can't require Meadowbrook to only sell us one of the 5 lots. We have to accept the purchase and sale agreement as provided. Now, as Karen mentioned, Bancroft has reached out and indicated a willingness to potentially sell, once it's acquired the 5 lots, one of the lots to the town. And the price that they have offered is $525,000 for the lot as is in its undeveloped state, or $600,000 if they were to construct a gravel parking lot for the town and then sell it to the town. The agreement that Bancroft, or the offer that Bancroft provided, indicated that they were interested in selling lot 1. We've subsequently received communication that indicates that they're interested in actually selling the town lot 5. But I think we would need to follow up with their counsel to confirm that their offer has been amended. But I think, based on preliminary communications, it seems like there was an error in their initial offer, and that they're really considering selling the town lot 5. I think the option that the town needs to consider now is that Bancroft seems willing to come to the table. And so I think this gives us an opportunity to sit down, not just with Bancroft, but with Meadowbrook, and decide whether there's a way that all 3 parties can reach an agreement that benefits everyone moving forward. So I think that it is something that the town should consider, is whether to engage in negotiations. This would be outside the right of first refusal process with Bancroft and Meadowbrook to come to some type of alternative agreement that could potentially benefit everyone. Now, we have until November 4th to exercise our right of first refusal. And while the select board is the public body empowered to exercise the right of first refusal, only town meeting can actually authorize an acquisition of property and an appropriation of funds necessary to acquire that land. So we have a lot of steps that need to happen. We need a select board vote, and we also need a town meeting vote before we can acquire any land, and so I think we should continue potentially both paths, the negotiations with the private parties, and also leaving open the option for the right of first refusal in case the negotiations don't move forward in a way that the town would like. So, I think it's a little bit, everything is happening kind of on an expedited process because we just literally got the communication from Bancroft today. So unfortunately, I can't give you a ton of information other than this offer has been presented. And I think the next step, if the board wants, is to just explore what that would look like while keeping your options open to potentially exercise your right of first refusal.
Ivrea, Madam Chair, may I speak?
Yes, thank you.
Ivrea, were we to proceed along that path, do we need to approve a motion tonight authorizing you to engage in negotiations?
I think that would be appropriate, and it would be beneficial and would also help to expedite the process, is if you could also designate one person as my point of contact. Obviously, the whole matter will have to come back to the select board. This individual won't have any authority, but it just gives me a clear direction on who I should be communicating with, at least during this interim period before the matter is brought back to the whole board for its consideration.
Thank you. I beat you. Thank you, Ivrea. I would love, I guess, it would make sense to get a sense of the board on this new proposal. I agree that we should pursue it, but I would personally like to get a sense of the board to see, because I think a lot of us had some opinions about this land prior to this proposal. And now we had a presentation from Conservation, we had members of the community speak on how advantageous this lot is. So I'd like to get a sense of the board. It doesn't have to be a yes or no, but is this, do they like what they just heard, or it didn't matter, I guess?
Yeah, I think that's reasonable. Why don't we continue with the comments, but I think that's perfectly reasonable. Mark?
So I think that that's a reasonable approach also to kind of get a sense of the board, but I think Ivry laid out, I think, a really, the right scenario for us to pursue here. I think that we should see what the options really are. What, if we were to use the right of first refusal, what options we might have that would be open to us. If we were to do kind of just a parcel and not do the right of first refusal, we can learn a little bit more about what that might look like. But at this point, I think we're better off exploring all the options, seeing what's out there, and then we can come back to the board to make a decision, and then to town meeting with kind of what the recommendation might be from there. As much as it's interesting to see, just lot 5, and it is, I'm still very interested in the entire parcel, and would like to be able to pursue that as an option also, just to see what our options really look like. And I'm glad that it sounds like lot 5 is what was meant, not lot 1, which was actually in the proposal. So if it is lot 5, that's I guess a helpful starting point. But I'd really love to see different options that we might pursue, and how it would work, and what each of the parties might be able to kind of help the town with here. I still see this as a great opportunity for the town to buy the whole thing, but let's see what options there are and what makes sense. Thanks.
Karen, can I ask Mark a follow-up question?
Sure.
We can ask him a question. I just heard what you said, but I think options, from where I'm sitting, we have exercise the first right of refusal, not exercise the first right of refusal. What do you mean by options?
So it's not 100% clear that everything has to be exactly word for word as is described in the current agreement that Meadowbrook has signed in that purchase and sale. The town may have other interests, other needs, other ideas, and without having a discussion about them, we don't know whether they're possible or not. So to your question, no, I don't think it's 100% clear that we know exactly what's possible and that's the end. It's not cut and dried yet.
So you mean options for development or potential uses, not,
Potential uses.
okay, so not what our job is. You don't mean that.
Sorry, when you say our job,
The board is a vote, yes, exercise the right, no, exercise the right, and now we're presented with another option.
so I think that within the right of first refusal, some discussions could still take place. In fact, if we had proceeded tonight with the hearing, which we can't, but if we did, it may have made sense for us to kind of see if we could start having some discussions to understand what is and isn't possible. If there's some negotiating room in terms of the agreement, whether it's precisely word for word, what this other development corporation would face, or us as the town, there may be some other interests that we have that a development corporation wouldn't. And we don't know what they are yet. We don't know what's possible without a discussion.
But did you learn new information? Ivrea, is there other options? I didn't think there were other options.
So I think that generally the rule is that if you are exercising your right of first refusal, you have to accept each and every condition and restriction within the purchase and sale agreement that's provided. However, it may be possible to work with Meadowbrook to soften some of those restrictions or conditions, which frustrates the town's ability to exercise its right of first refusal by hindering municipal uses on the site. So that's just a way of saying we can have discussions with Meadowbrook. I can't promise you where we'll go, but we can have them. But I do think it's important that ultimately, if the select board elects to exercise its right of first refusal, it should be prepared to step into the shoes of the original buyer. So I think one thing that this Bancroft offer gives us that we didn't have before is a potential opportunity to have a conversation.
I was gonna say that, we haven't had an opportunity to talk with Meadowbrook, and now we do, and that's wonderful, and we're not out of time.
Can I just add, it's an opportunity to talk with both Meadowbrook and Bancroft.
No, I'm not against that. I was just trying to clarify what you meant by
It's
options.
confusing.
That-
Yeah,
what you meant by
there's no
options.
clear other option, but we haven't had any discussions, so it's not clear what's
No,
If there's
and we
any
do
wiggle
have
room.
about a month and I will, and that's fine, but I just am worried that, we only have a month.
But less than that, it's the 18th. This one's on the 18th.
For the town, for town meeting, and then, for me, it's the price tag too, that's a big part of this, it's not several $100,000, that's, again, so I'll leave it there, but yeah, I just wanted to get clarity on, did you learn something new about what we can do as a board? You're just talking about options for potential uses, what is the town meeting could say, no way, we don't wanna spend 2.25 million on this. And then I guess we have some clarity on that, obviously, or they could go the other way.
And I think the goal will be to see what's possible. Let's kind of see what the boundaries really look like, and then town meeting can make, we make our recommendation and town meeting makes their decision on funding.
All right, so, excuse me, Karen, so we plan to vote at our next meeting before town meetings?
So it is a little confusing.
That's what I'm-
So
that's
it's
what-
not a hearing, so we will
Right,
not be
right.
exercising any right of refusal
Correct,
tonight. It would
correct.
have to be the 12th. So we now have this opportunity between now and then. And I was gonna suggest and see what the other board members think, that maybe we designate Mark to go and have a conversation and find out what other options we might have between now and our next meeting to come back and talk to us about it. And at the 12th, we will be having a hearing. And this is why we need every year, because we still have flexibilities on exercising the right of first refusal and not filing it, and it's very technical. But by the 12th, we could have more information based on an actual conversation with our neighbor, Meadowbrook, and their current under agreement contract holder.
Okay. Could I still get a sense of the board of the Bancroft proposal?
Oh, so Ann has that question.
Sorry, Ann,
Ann?
my back is too sorry.
Hopefully this will be responsive to you, Carlo, as well. I think for me, this was, and I guess it came in late this afternoon, but this is another option out there that we weren't previously aware of, an option to not exercise the right of first refusal and accept an offer that was made to purchase one lot at a price tag that is significantly lower than the original agreement. So I think that's one option that's out there that is very much new information, and that creates an opening for a conversation about what other options may also be in the mix, or could potentially be in the mix. So I'm certainly very, in terms of getting a sense of the board, very interested in pursuing those conversations to see where they might lead, because I think, frankly, like you, Carlo, I think the price tag was high and did give me some pause. I think the remarks we heard from members of the public and the Conservation Commission, and folks who've been involved for a long period of time on conservation efforts in town was very compelling, and they made a very good argument. It seemed like there may be some options out there that could be at a reduced price tag but still provide access to the town forest, and I think that I found very intriguing, and be very interested to learn where those conversations might lead.
Chris, so I'll go last, so go ahead. What are your thoughts at this point?
Yeah, so like I had mentioned at the prior meeting about this, that I was against $2.25 million green space, or whatever it was gonna be called as. But seeing the other option on the table of $500,000 to $600,000, and then learning about more about the issues with parking on the street, and then the destruction that may or may not happen from going through the town forest in the other direction. I mean, it makes sense for us to, at minimum, to get lot 5 in whatever capacity. A, because of the price tag, B, because of the safety. And that I'm just kind of, I wonder if, because we have parking there, that now more people come, which is obvious, but then it just becomes an issue with now that people just still park on the street or something, because now everyone knows they can go to the town forest, they get there and there's no parking, just like downtown. So for me, the dollar amount, 500 to 600 grand, seems like a no-brainer. I don't see anybody disagreeing with that, and correct me if I'm wrong, but that just seems a lot different than 2.25. But to put affordable housing on any one of these lots. These lots are $1 to $1.5 million houses. There's nothing affordable about that at all. I mean, that option doesn't make sense here. I'm not sure where in Weston that stuff was, but for here, with somebody paying that much for a house that's gonna go here, just doesn't seem plausible, I guess. So my sense on all of this is, do we take the risk of it going to town meeting and it ends up failing and then we don't get anything? Or do we, at a subsequent meeting, just turn down the right of first refusal, go for the 600 grand, or we can't do that anyway, because we have to, how would that actually happen? That we deny it, but then we could accept the money, we could end up saying we'll spend the 500-600 grand after the fact, it still has to go to town meeting? So that could go to November town meeting?
Andrea, would you like to clarify? Or Ann, you've got a question first? Thank you, Chris.
No, I was going to make a motion, so if you want to clarify, that's fine.
So in order to acquire the property, you do have to go to town meeting, whether you acquire it through the right of first refusal or whether you acquire it through a purchase and sale agreement with Bancroft. I'm pulling up the November warrant now just to see if whether I think that the October warrant now to see whether that article, which was drafted originally with the intent of exercising your right of first refusal, could be broad enough to encompass a direct purchase from Bancroft, or whether we would need to amend the warrant for the November town meeting, or potentially hold a special within the subsequent. So why don't you give me just 1 second so that I can answer that question.
And to clarify, the Weston project, you're right, it's an incredibly expensive market, more expensive than renting, if you can believe it. But so staff can't afford to live in their own town there either. So a partnership with Habitat Humanity would create housing at the lower price point, But if these lots just go to the public, you're absolutely correct, that's what we'll see there. In my opinion.
I guess my fear is, like I said, town meeting just says no to the money and then we're done. Essentially, that's what it comes down to. If it votes no, we don't want it, then we're done.
Okay, if it's not a
But-
community priority, then that's what we live with.
But I don't wanna throw it as a community priority. I think if people were stuck on the number like I was, and now here's a lifeline of 500 to 600 grand, that's a lot easier to swallow than 2.25 minimum, because then we'd still have to develop it. That's just my take. Like I said, I don't see anyone disagreeing with 500 grand for buying this land and safety and everything else.
Thanks, Karen. I think that we can't vote yea or nay on the right of first refusal tonight anyway. So that's not here. So we've got till our next meeting. And I think the opportunity that's here is to have some discussions to see what might be possible, what might be interesting, including the Lot 5 itself access, and maybe some other activities also. And I think that it would be great to kind of have that discussion, see what's possible, and then come back and for our next meeting, we can see what's on the table, decide what the board's position is, decide what's going to happen as it relates to town meeting. And every one of the things, just thinking out loud for a second, we opened and closed the November warrant once already tonight. I guess conceivably we can do it again.
True. Karen, do you mind? May I speak?
Absolutely, please.
So the article is broad enough to encompass a direct purchase from Bancroft. So I don't think the warrant for the October 18th meeting, to pursue a direct purchase versus an exercise of your right of first refusal.
So to clarify, because you cut out a little bit, you are saying you are comfortable that the October 18th warrant article will help us either way we decide to go? If we, okay,
Correct.
Thank you.
Correct.
We do not need to redo that, great, that's great news, thank you. Great. Any other comments?
Thanks, Karen. So Ivrea, so we could, theoretically, at town meeting, members could approve a $600,000 purchase of Lot 5, and that is it. Like, are they even allowed to do that? So that we'd have to go ahead for that?
Correct. So there's two things that would have to happen. One is obviously the select board needs to have a purchase and sale agreement that it's comfortable with. And then the second thing is that the motion needs to be clear enough as to what the town is acquiring. Now, the issue that we have here is we need to just confirm that it really is Lot 5. Assuming that's accurate, then I believe under procurement, this could be found to be a unique acquisition, so we won't need to go through the normal procurement process. But we just need to confirm that it's actually Lot 5 that is being offered.
And one more comment, I did also confirm with town council that if this path we choose is to exercise the right of refusal, we buy all 5 lots, we are able to resell the ones that we can decide. If we find that we really just as a community want to prioritize that one lot and what we want to do with it, that's fine. There are no restrictions on us then reselling those lots, so it would still be a much smaller investment. So there's that option too. Okay, I'm sorry, you had a question or comment?
Yes, good evening. My name is Guy Manganello, and I live at 20 Eaton Street, and I am the managing partner of Bancroft Estates.
Oh, okay, thank you for coming.
Thank you for letting me speak. So I thought I'd just take a moment to clarify that we are in fact proposing to sell you the lot that is closest to Stroud Ave that would accommodate the necessity of having a gravelled parking lot or whatever the town may see fit to accommodate the town forest. So that is the intent and purpose.
Wonderful, thank you, appreciate that.
Okay. I'd also just like to point out that, initially I was coming here as a developer, but I'm also on town meeting and I have children that are near approaching kindergarten here in town. So as I was watching the meetings, as I do as a town meeting, because I'm a town meeting member and I stay informed, I started to see a lot of the expenses that the town has to incur with, things like the field, the roof at one of the elementary schools, the water tower, and other projects of that nature. And really the intent here beyond, obviously, as a developer, we want to keep our project, and selfishly, I'm trying to build my own home there. But, just seeing that, we have a lot of fiscal responsibilities to the town, to the kids, to the taxpayers. And finding a way that we could somehow have a mutually beneficial agreement so that the town could still benefit and get what they would need to improve safety, and us to continue with our project that we, although it's sad to have a lot go for less than what we think it's worth, we thought it'd be something that was worth doing. So just to give you some backdrop on our intent and why we proposed this. So thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you, nice to meet you, I appreciate you coming tonight, that's really helpful to know. All right, Anne, did you say you had a motion?
Yes, and I'm certainly open to friendly amendments, but I move for the board to authorize Ivrea to engage in conversation with the Bancroft Estates and Meadowbrook based on the letter received September 28th, 2021 regarding right of first refusal Meadowbrook parcels, a portion of map 44, parcel 24, Grove Street, Reading, Massachusetts, and to designate Mark Doxer as the board member with whom Ivrea can confer before bringing back an update to the full board at our next meeting.
Can I have a second?
Second.
Discussion?
I think that covered it,
That was a big one, good job.
right? I mean, you guys, I think that was, good job, Ann, yeah, that covered it.
Okay, seeing no discussion, as I see you board members for the motion before us, Anne,
Yes.
Carlo,
Oh, yes.
Chris,
Yes.
Mark,
Yes.
and Karen, yes, 5-0, great. And we are on time. I would like to
meet you
propose.
Can I mention something real quick for people that have been arriving? Do you want them to sign in order, how are you gonna do this interview process?
I did ask, we should have everyone who's come, later should sign in. We'll
Sign in
need,
sheet
we'll
right in
need,
the corner.
yep, particularly if you're gonna be, participating later, that will be super helpful, thank you. I'm wondering if we need a quick break right now before we get started? Okay. 5 minutes, 8:36?
I wasn't sure if you were using that as a mechanism.
Yeah, I think we're gonna have to, thank you. Oh, yeah? And every app. And but we need every app. Okay, she's here. Okay. All right. Welcome back. Hello, residents and neighbors. Welcome back. Our next item is to vote whether to seek mediation in regards to open meeting law complaints 1 through 4 submitted by Mr. Tubble, and I'm sorry if I pronounced your name wrong, dated 25th, 22nd, July 1st, and July 3rd. Ivrea, could you please lead us through this? Thank you.
Sure. So briefly, as the board remembers, Walt Tubble has filed 8 open meeting law complaints against the Reading Select Board. The Select Board has previously voted to engage in mediation in regards to complaints 5 through 8. The Assistant Attorney General that's been assigned to this matter has reached out and asked whether the board has any interest in mediating complaints 1 through 4. So that's the request in front of the board tonight, is whether you also want to seek mediation on these complaints. As you're aware, Walt Tubble has appealed complaints 1 through 4 to the Attorney General's office. So engaging in mediation, assuming Walt also agrees to participate, would freeze any review that their office was undertaking as part of the appeals on these specific complaints. If the board declines to engage in mediation in regards to complaint 1 through 4, the Attorney General's office will reinitiate their review and issue a decision on complaints 1 through 4.
Sorry, traffic news is a little noisy. So I think, do you have a motion, Mr. Secretary?
Probably do.
Just want to make sure you have that. I mean, we certainly, Ivrea, what would you recommend that we do at this point?
So it's a policy decision for the board whether it wants to engage in mediation, but I see no real downside to attempting to negotiate further with Mr. Tubble. If the Attorney General's office is willing to combine his prior complaints, which he's already appealed to their office, into this mediation, I don't see any downside. The only thing that, if the mediation is successful, Walt may withdraw his appeals. If the mediation is unsuccessful, the Attorney General will just recommence the review of the appeals that are already pending in their office. To the extent that there is any potential negative consequence, it could take a few more hours to mediate, and the fees are borne by the town.
Okay. Board members, comments, questions? Oh, Anne, thank you.
If the board elects to pursue mediation on complaints 1 through 4 and Mr. Tubble declines, then those appeals would be reviewed by the Attorney General's office.
Correct.
Okay. Chris?
Thanks, Erin. I guess for me, as a board, we already decided to go one direction with this, so I don't see why we would vote or change this to go any other way when it's already been decided upon and move forward. So for me, I personally would like to keep things the way they are. I believe it's Tuval, in case anyone wants to correct the name. I would like to just see things continue the way they are, have the Attorney General review it, and just go from there.
Great, Mark?
Just to clarify, so review it meaning not move to mediation, just leave it as is, or
Leave-
move it to mediation?
Yes, leave 1 to 4 the way that we already decided it, put a period and move on. And if the Attorney General finds that all 4 were without merit, then all 4 were without merit.
So I'm kind of 6 of one, half dozen of the other on this one. We've moved the latter complaints into the mediation process. We've not seemed to have been able to make any progress in any discussions in the prior claims. So
Yeah, I mean, the question is, do we just allow the Attorney General to rule, or do we try to move this into kind of the complete category and resolve the issues that he's been raising? I think my gut is to resolve the issues he's been raising, which would be a go to mediation.
Carla?
I don't see this going anywhere, to be honest with you. With mediation, I mean, I just, given the path that this has gone down over a number of months, and all of a sudden, we take the emails out of the packet, and we don't get open meeting law complaints anymore from him. We were averaging one every couple of weeks there for a while. So I don't know what's ever gonna satisfy him. To be honest with you, I don't have that answer. So to me, it doesn't matter. I'd rather have the AG weigh in, because it doesn't seem like, from my point of view, that Walt's gonna be satisfied with anything, period. That's just from where I'm sitting. Because he's made so many accusations, and a lot of them false, that I just don't see this going down a good path. I'd like to get all these resolved, mind you, but I'm okay with letting it stand. It doesn't really bother me that much. Sorry, Ian, I went back to you. I don't try to turn this way too.
Anne, what do you think?
I'd be inclined to try, to see if he'd be willing to consider mediation. And then if not, we're sort of back to where we were, yesterday. So I think if we could wrap everything up, all together, that would be fantastic, but, and I feel like it's worth trying. And if he says no, then it, goes back, to, the AG's office for review.
Okay, I'd like to try mediation. I think we had decided that we would do this, so I think we should continue on this path for now and hope for the best.
Just had one question, I guess, in terms of mediation. How is the board feeling about, is it one board member or the entire board that's participating? That may or may not change the way that I feel currently.
Do we have a motion relative to that, or go ahead, Andrea.
Sorry, so the agenda item is just to discuss this process here. At the time that the agenda was set, we hadn't been assigned a mediator. We now have been assigned a mediator, so it's my understanding that the select board will discuss the actual process, whether it occurs in open session, executive session, or with a rep at that meeting. And I think because this agenda wasn't broad enough to encompass that discussion, that we hold off on those discussions until that time.
Okay, good question. Okay, do you have a motion?
Vote to request mediation to resolve open meeting law complaints filed by Walt Tuvell
Mr. T, we'll just call him Mr. T.
on May 24th, June 22nd, July 1st, and July 3rd, 2021.
Second. Any further discussion? Yeah.
Thanks, Karen. I guess I would just, if this does vote to go towards mediation, I would urge Mr. Tuvall in the best, for transparency with it all, I would ask him to decline to move ahead with mediation and let the Attorney General rule on matters 1 to 4. And I look forward to being interviewed regarding it. And that's all I got.
Okay, so we have a motion that has been seconded. So any more discussion on the motion? Okay, so board members, as I see you, how would you like to vote on this? Anne?
Yes.
Carlo?
No.
Chris?
No.
Mark?
Yes.
Karen, yes. Okay, thank you. Okay, okay, now we're ready for the long item. Okay, so welcome all of you. This has been a bit of a, well, let me just say that according to our consultant, we've received an unprecedented amount of applications for the 2 resident positions on the ad hoc screening committee, and that just shows how committed Reading is to the civic process and involvement and how much we care about this important decision facing our town. So I thank all of you for coming at this hour and for submitting applications. So let's see, a quick update on what what Ann and I have been working on this week. So we've received all the applications, Select Board received them as they came in. And we've also scheduled our community paradigm-led community forum for October 4th. That has been posted online, that has been sent to newspapers, and so that is a forum for you to provide feedback on what qualities and skills you'd like to see in your next town manager. And they will be collected and mediated by Community Paradigm and used to formulate the profile that will be used to advertise for candidates. So very, very important. This board is committed to an open process with lots of community engagement. So this forum next Monday is not for select board members. It is for you community members. So please do come, tell your friends. It'll be at the library at 7 p.m. You can also participate remotely. It'll be hybrid. So that's a wonderful opportunity. Let's see, what else? The other items that were underway this week were, I'll defer to Ann and let you update you. We will need a charge for this committee. We have received a draft from our consultants, and she has been consulting with town council. And I believe you've been in touch with department heads. Could I ask you to give us an update, Ann?
Sure, I did a couple of weeks ago reach out to all of our department heads to let them know that we would be appointing a screening committee and that there were 2 positions for department heads who are also residents of the town, and to understand if they were interested in serving, and if they weren't residents, if they were interested in participating in the process or providing feedback in other fashion. I received a lot of response. I think the department heads overall are very, eager to be helpful to the board. I heard from the library director, the fire chief, and the police chief all expressing an interest and willingness to serve on the screening committee. So the good news there is that those were the 3 individuals we had previously spoken of that we were interested in potentially appointing. The bad news is we'll have to make a what might be a tough choice in who to appoint.
Okay, very good. The board had discussed how we might go about conducting these quick hearings, or not quick hearings, quick presentations from the applicants. And, it is really important. This will be a very short timeline, starting in probably late October through the beginning of November, 3 or 4 meetings. It's going to be really, really important. This would have been my question. Are you able to commit yourself and clear the schedule so that you can be there? Because it's a small committee and, every member is needed during the process. Upon receiving all of these applications, I think we need to shift the process a bit. And the goal here is to have everyone, speak to us and say why they'd love to be on the committee and why they're excited about it, and get out of here before 11. So with that being said, we may not get to some of our other items. I don't know that we will be able to appoint our committee members tonight. I don't know that we'll get our charge, finalized, although we could take a look at it. Ann's got it. If we do have time at the end of this process, we could certainly take a look at it and see what the hour is. But I think the priority for tonight should be hearing from the applicants. Mark.
Just need to reinforce one of the points you mentioned. As I understand from the consultant, most of the meetings will be during the day, not at night. So just to make sure that that's clear with everybody, that's the commitment we're asking for, to be able to make the day meetings. Well, all the
And
meetings, but a lot of them.
specifically, that's with respect to the 3rd week of November. I think the screening committee's work is going to be primarily in the 2nd and 3rd weeks of November, and the week of November 15th is when we anticipate daytime meetings when the actual interviews would be conducted. And it would be probably the equivalent of a full workday, but it could be divided among and between days of the week.
And so what we can do, so we may be able to get this done at our next meeting, to give you as much advance notice as possible, but we can also, make sure that we have a schedule published on the website, you know, so people can plan in their calendars. Chris?
Thanks, Karen. I think that in terms of, nobody expected 40-something people to apply. I agree, completely agree with that. But what with no disrespect to anybody who applied, everyone should have already written down their 2-minute speech that they were going to give somewhat on the applications. And for the most part, that was already there. The Chronicle also had the article highlighting the 27 people that applied at that time. And I just don't see what more of value without being able to ask the questions that we had agreed upon at the prior meeting. Now, I know that time is of the essence and we couldn't all of a sudden just blow off all the residents. But I think there has to be some alternative plan where we have another meeting where we are still able to ask a follow-up question. They can do it in writing if they can't be there. We can have it prepared in advance. But I'd still like to ask the question that as of officially right now, I know I was no longer going to be able to ask. And in going with tradition that you mentioned before, the minutes from the November 14th, 2012 meeting noted that many interviews are scheduled, so they have to keep up to a 15-minute timeline for each interview. So they were giving interviews back then, even though numerous ones were scheduled. Nothing like this, I agree. But I still think something has to take place with that. For it just to be 2 minutes on something that is probably already written down on the applicant's piece of paper, just, you know, it doesn't seem right from my aspect, especially since we agreed upon it. And I don't even, yeah, that's where I'm at on this.
So I wonder what, you mentioned some questions we agreed upon and timelines. I don't recollect agreeing or voting on anything along those lines yet.
We didn't vote, but Karen and Ann both mentioned to have one question prepared for each one of us to ask a single identical question to every single applicant at the September 8th meeting.
We did suggest that. So, you know, one suggestion, sorry, did I interrupt you, Mark? Because I can,
I just was
all right.
calculating if it's 10 minutes per candidate times
Yeah.
37.
I already had that calculated when,
That's 6 hours.
Okay, all right.
I had that calculated a week ago that it was already gonna be like that. So it should have been scheduled
One
another.
suggestion could be that if you have a question, you could put it out there now and candidates can, you know, just incorporate it into their 2 minutes. You may be right. And some people are gonna be very brief and not need 2 minutes, and some people, we're gonna be having a timer on.
I agree
How would
with
you
that.
feel about that?
Yeah, no, I
That's
mean.
a nice idea, Karen. What if we went around and are all of the applicants either on the Zoom or in the room now? Is that our understanding?
There's like 20 people here.
4 on the Zoom. Caitlin, does that make sense? You have 4?
There could be more, I just can't see.
No, I have a lot more on here,
Okay,
but they just don't have the video on.
Okay.
Okay, but we're not expecting anyone to come later, correct? It's not like a group that's coming at a later time.
No, everyone was instructed to be on Zoom or in
Okay.
the meeting by 8:45.
I think that's a nice idea to sort of combine what we talked about previously in terms of each asking a question and then allowing people but then being mindful of the overwhelming interest in the position and making it manageable while also being respectful of the people who've taken the time to be here tonight. I certainly support each of us posing a question, and then we can take the applicants one at a time to respond to the questions or say what they've prepared for 2 minutes at a time.
Has everyone signed in? All right. Right. Carlo, Mark, and Jan, or Carlo and Mark, how do you feel about that proposal?
Yeah, I think, of course, we should be able to ask questions.
But the proposal would be, if you did bring a burning question and you want to get it out there, posing it now and allowing candidates to just include it if they respond to it if they want to, and it could be very brief.
Yeah, I mean, everyone in this room can hear us, so I guess that's fine, yeah.
Mark, what do you think? Okay, all right. So mine is just like the commitment to perfect attendance, thank you.
Mine, since Bob is no longer part of the meeting, would be, would you have renewed our existing town manager's contract?
Okay. All right,
Why or why not?
all right, Carlo?
Sure, if the town manager were given $1 million to spend, whichever way he or she pleased, where would you like to see that money spent?
Good question.
And $1 million. Okay, Mark?
What's the most important question you want to ask all of the town manager candidates?
Candidates, okay. Okay, Anne?
What unique qualities and skills will you bring to this screening committee?
Okay. Okay. Great. Okay, so let's plan on 2 minutes. I will do my best to time this.
I'm wondering, can we maybe post these questions? Would that be helpful? So people who are in their 2 minutes, they need to address them.
Can we do that?
Just reiterate what they were just one more time, I guess, so everyone has a clear understanding of each of the 5 questions.
All right, what I heard was, okay, all right, do you have a commitment to perfect attendance on the committee? Would you have renewed the existing town manager's contract if asked? Okay. Where would you spend, if you had your choice, where would you spend $1 million in the town of Reading? What is the most important question that you would like to ask the town manager candidates? What unique qualities and skills will you bring to the town manager screening committee? Okay, and these are optional. Okay, so what I'd like to do, in the interest of fairness, but again, expeditious, get you guys home, and thanking you so much for coming tonight. I might suggest I will start running through some of these names, and then I will shift to Zoom for a couple of people. Caitlin, could you give us a summary of how many people are on the Zoom waiting?
I have 7 on Zoom.
Okay, all right. So maybe I'll take 5 here, and we'll do 1 from there and shift back, and we'll try to get through everybody as roughly, as equally as we can. Okay, okay. 30 seconds for really quick questions.
Sorry, just real quick, I was gonna ask, is the decision gonna be made tonight, so should we hang around?
No, I was saying earlier, no, then you can just go and thank you. We're just interested in hearing from you tonight. Mary Ellen?
Caitlin had said in her memo in response to the application is that people are going to be called upon in the order in which they appear to be.
Yep, so I'm gonna use this, I know. I actually, Caitlin, do you have a list? If you want, when I switch to you for a Zoom person, you could call that person first? Give me some guidance,
Yeah, I
that'd be
have
great.
an idea of how they logged on to Zoom, but I don't know about in there.
Yeah, I know. So in our statement of work, we didn't ask the consultant to prepare a plan for us to deal with 47 applicants, so sorry. Next time we'll know. Okay, and you had a question? Yes?
Yes, so I prepared a 2-minute, brief speech that incorporates one of your questions. So how would you like?
You have 2 minutes and you can use it in any way you like.
Yes, I'm prepared for what the instructions were, and now I'm just wondering if there's no extra time, just, okay.
Okay,
I
Okay.
guess-
Yep.
Thanks, Erin. I guess I would just advise everybody that you don't have to answer any of the questions. This was obviously a curveball at the last minute to you. But I would say if, in the best interest of time, if you already had something written down that was a minute, maybe just select one question. You don't have to answer all 5. Just whatever you feel more comfortable with, so.
very good, thanks. Okay, Mr. Bill Brown. Come on up, thank you. Let's get started, great, it's 9:04.
Bill Brown, 28 Martin Road, 54-year town meeting member, and I think I could bring 54 years of experience to this position. I like Bob, and I would like to have somebody that's similar to Bob in thing. If we had $1 million to spend freely, I wouldn't spend it. I'm a very conservative person. So some of the other ones, and I think again, 54, I've gone through this, secretary assistant before they had the charter. I've gone through 2 town managers. I've worked with both of them in circumstances. I've harassed both of them over the years, and I just think that, and I do have the time. I'm retired. It may take me a little time to walk there, but I will be there. And I think my commitment over the last 50-some odd years, I've been on this cemetery board for over 20 years now, and that's my commitment. If you had $2 million, I'd like to have a new cemetery building, but that's beside the point. But I just think that I have the ability to do it, and I think I've got the common sense over the years to prove it. And good, bad, or indifferent, I do have a large following in people in this town. I think I can be helpful to you, and I won't say any more. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, the next name,
Ian, did you have something?
Oh, I just said thanks, Bill.
okay. And I'm reading people's handwriting, so bear with me. Genevieve? Might have been
No, that's
somebody prior.
Jenna. That's Jenna.
Oh, okay, right, from Reading Rec. Yep, okay. Emily
Emily's
and
here.
Ed Ross.
Emily's here.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Don't forget me.
I know, I'm sorry.
All right. Ready?
Go.
Oh,
Okay.
wait, no, hold on.
Not ready.
She'll be fine.
Okay. Is she a fast talker? There.
I'll be fast talker.
Thank you, Emily.
All right, Emily Sisson, 92 John Street. I have lived in Reading nearly my entire life. RMHS 01, Recreation Committee, Town Meeting, work the elections, Killam PTO, you name it, I do it. My kids go to Killam, my parents own businesses in Reading. I'm all to say I'm very deeply invested in this community. Currently, I'm a director at a public health research analytics center. I have a lot of experience to, I think, Ann's question, with hiring, vetting resumes, kind of pinpointing what it is that we're looking for in a job. Since COVID-19, we've had to double our center in size. I was personally responsible for vetting 700 resumes, and we doubled our staff in 18 months. I am a statistician by trade. I offer you nothing but data-driven objectivity, and I am a registered independent, and I have no really strong political leanings in either way, so I will not be a controversial pick. What I'd be looking for in a town manager is somebody knowledgeable in municipal government who has a potential to learn and grow with our community, someone who's got some experience in finance, capital planning, operational planning, expenditure management, someone with the skills and interest to identify and promote opportunities to diversify our tax base. That's where my $1 million would go, kind of spreading out our tax base. But budgeting conservatively to kind of address the concerns about needing another override again. Someone who can provide seasoned and impartial guidance to our elected officials, who can identify long-term strategies, but not lose sight of the tactical day-to-day things. I want a candidate who's visionary, collaborative, but fiscally responsible, and someone who can work in a political context that's sometimes characterized by vigorous debate with some of our well-informed citizens. So, in summary, I'm a young professional, young kids, long-standing member of this community with nothing but a vested interest in the long-term success of our town. So, thank you. I hope that was
Thank
2
you.
minutes.
Oh, yeah, it
Thanks,
did go up.
Emily.
Thank you. Marvelous. Okay, so now Mr. Ross.
Thanks. Ed Ross, 16 Kensington Ave. Definitely available. I've already kind of blocked off the calendar from that perspective. I'm a 20-year resident of Reading, 2 children in the schools, one in high school, one in middle school. Current town meeting member for the last 6 years. In my 3rd year in the finance committee, 2nd as chair. And I recently served on the screening committee for the director of finance and schools. To Ann's question, as far as skills, I have had the opportunity in my work career to participate in the hiring process. For many team members, colleagues, superiors, this was typically done in a group or kind of a team environment where we had to manage and synthesize, various opinions to reach a final decision. And in a few of those endeavors, we did actually engage outside consultants to assist in the process. To Chris's question, I've had the privilege of working with Bob over the last couple of years as FinCom chair, and how he's navigated us through this last couple of years, with the pandemic. I would have loved to continue to work with Bob, for as long as, and plan to until as long as he's in the chair. As far as to Mark's question about what I would ask is, they're familiar. I want someone that has done some research on us. So what they see as our challenges, and what skill set that they bring to be able to, and having kind of prior experience and how they would address, kind of issues within Reading. Carl, to your question, as far as what I would do with $1 million, it would be, kind of more of the same, thoughtful, discussion, collaboration, be able to kind of prioritize what we've already, kind of established, with, kind of town staff and Bob, and how we would, kind of extend going forward. So it would be probably, kind of not really, would be just more of a recognition of more of the same, but obviously looking to get the new town manager's feedback as far as a new set of eyes looking at what we do. That's pretty much what I have.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks,
We didn't coordinate our outfits either.
I know.
I would just like to say that I'm sorry you have to answer these 5 questions, and thank you and for doing this. You guys are awesome. That's why I love this town. Okay. All right. Mr. Jason Clark.
Hello, Jason Clark, 34 Ash Street. Good evening, select board members. Thank you for considering my application for the ad hoc town manager screening committee. I've lived here for about 10 years. My wife and I have a daughter in 2nd grade. I can't believe it's already 2nd grade, but in terms of my qualification for the board, I've been a town meeting member for 4 years and a member of the bylaw committee for 3 years. Through these positions, I've had the opportunity to see firsthand the essential role the town manager plays in the operation of the town government. At my day job as manager of the resource sharing department of Harvard Library, I'm responsible for coordinating the interlibrary loan activities of all the Harvard libraries. This involves dealing with many different departments and teams. I'm also frequently called upon to deal with faculty members who, for one reason or another, are very unhappy with their service and find ways to make sure their needs are met and such problems do not arise in the future. I believe my experience with coordinating multiple workflows in multiple locations, as well as balancing the needs of many different stakeholders across a large organization, provides me with useful insight into the qualities needed for a successful town manager. I also manage a staff of 8 full-time employees, and I've been involved in the hiring process for staff, crafting and updating job descriptions, reviewing resumes, interviewing applicants. And I've also been involved in staff reclassification negotiations, which often involves labor relations. Let's see. Additionally, my father was a select board member in my hometown for decades and only recently stopped that. And through his experiences, good and bad, I have come to understand the necessity of ensuring Reading hires the best possible candidate based on their qualifications, experience, and their approach and understanding to the role of the town manager. And on a more personal note, I'm interested to find out what the candidates have to say about their vision for Reading, particularly in terms of fostering a greater sense of community. For example, from a town planning perspective, this could include things such as developing new recreational spaces or helping to shepherd more events such as the Fall Town Fair. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Martha was here earlier. Ms. Binda. Welcome. I'll take one after Ms. Binda goes.
Thank you. Angela Binda, Orchard Park Drive. Resident for 24 years with my husband and two sons. I've served as a town meeting member since 2005. I served on the Historical Commission and currently serve on the Rec Committee. I believe my breadth of experience, critical skills will help me evaluate candidates' strengths and weaknesses to put forth best applicants to Select Board. From town meeting experience, I have a thorough understanding of town policies, bylaws, charters. Currently, I'm the head of technical services at Stoneham Public Library since 2008 and a union member for 13 years. I've served on 4 contract negotiating teams, most recently as union president, and negotiated the most beneficial contract realized in many years. The union which I'm a member has the DPW, Deputy Director, Police Signal Operators, Custodians, and other staff. As union president, I took input from and addressed the needs of a wide range of stakeholders. I've learned how to build consensus. I know the importance of compromise, and this experience will help me in evaluation process. I've worked closely with 3 town administrators in Stoneham on a wide variety of issues, including staffing, salaries, and discipline. These experiences will allow me to ask informed questions of candidates for the town meeting position, and I'm capable of understanding and evaluating responses. Going forward, it will be important to listen to department heads, citizens, the select board, and to take input from all to formulate qualities and skills that the town is looking for in the next town manager. We've been well served by our past and current town manager. One of the most important strengths our current town manager has is his financial expertise, and I would like to see the town maintain its strong financial footing going forward. I was always impressed by what former town manager Pete Hackenblackner often said, that Reading is a leader. We can decide to do things our own way, and we can chart our own path. I look forward to this opportunity to help the select board move forward with a new town manager, building on our strengths and seeing that Reading continues to lead. Carla, to your question, $1 million, I would carefully consider the capital improvement plan and choose something from that.
Ms. Binda, a little bit beyond to Miss, sorry.
Okay, all right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so Caitlin, would somebody be willing to go from our remote folks?
Yes, I believe Dan was here first.
Dan, great. Ready.
Hello. Thank you, Madam Chair. This is Dan Ensminger speaking. First, I want to thank Bob Laley-Schur for his many years of service to the town of Reading, both voluntary and paid. As a member of the Select Board, I was privileged to have served with Bob from 2013 to 2019. I would have renewed his contract without question. I am deeply disturbed at the hostile work environment Bob has had to endure from the leadership of this board over the last 3 years. The town is losing the best town manager it has ever had. Nonetheless, I am prepared to devote my time and talent to find a replacement. My ample experience is detailed in my application, so for the sake of time, I won't repeat it here. I can attend every daytime committee meeting, and I'm here to serve the town if you select me. Thank you.
Thank you,
Thanks,
Mr.
Dan.
Ensminger.
Thanks.
Okay, awesome. Okay, Mr. Bond. Miss O'Neill. This is a great opportunity to be reminded of the amazing skills and talents and background that you all have. I appreciate that.
Thanks, Karen. My name is Mary Ellen O'Neill. I live at 125 Summer Ave. My husband and I moved here 29 years ago with 3 children who entered Barrows, Parker, and the high school. A 4th waited for us to get settled in before making her appearance. Before working full-time to raise our family, I worked for over 10 years at the North Shore Health Planning Council, a nonprofit agency that served 27 communities from Gloucester to Everett to North Reading. I was a newsletter editor, a community organizer, and health issues analyst. That is where I began to develop my skills working with the board and numerous committees, and where I met my husband. He served on one of the committees I staffed. I would be a good fit for this committee because I'm a good committee member. I listen well, I ask insightful questions, and I work towards helping the committee build consensus. I'd like to hire a new town manager who is not only knowledgeable about budgets and financial priorities, skilled at hiring and supporting talented staff, and more, but I'm particularly interested in hiring someone who is dedicated to the form of town government that we enjoy and treasure right now. My application notes all the civic commitments I've made to the town. In terms of the question from Carlo about $1 million, I would put that in a climate resiliency fund. I think we're facing some very crucial and actually life-threatening conditions that are only going to increase over the years, so I feel that is a priority. I would renew Bob's contract, and I would be able to attend daytime meetings. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, let's see, okay. Mr. Finch is home. Mr. Mitchell's gone home. Mr. Carnahan?
No, I'm not a candidate. I'm
Okay, just checking, thank you, fair enough. Mr. Federa? Was he here for something else?
He was here for the.
Okay, yep. David Gentili?
I did.
Okay, thank you. Welcome.
Good evening. Good evening, everybody. My name's David Gentile. I've lived in Reading for 57 years. I'm an employee of the town of Reading, and I've been a homeowner since '97. In the packet that I got from Caitlin, the question was, why would I be a good fit for the committee? So, I think I clearly have an interest in the town of Reading. I understand how important the selection of the committee to get this town manager selected is. It's extremely important for direction. I understand what the town manager's job is and what it entails. I've worked with and had many positive interactions with both of the town managers, Bob and obviously Peter. I have committee experience. I'm currently on the Reading Retirement Board Committee. I've been on there for 2 terms, and I'm a chairman right now. I would love the opportunity to be on the committee and to represent all of the town people of Reading. I would make, as long as there's a schedule out there, which I'm sure there will be, I will attend the meetings and adjust my schedule accordingly. I would have renewed the town manager's contract. His financial background has gotten us to where we are. The $1 million, I would have put it back into the emergency fund, rainy day fund. That's where I would have put it, unless there's something, I think that's process that we spend that money is a little bit better, so that's where I would have put it. As far as my quality of, one of my good qualities, shall we say, is I work well with others, I work well with committees, I make a point of it. I've done bargaining committees, all sorts of things of that nature. Can't remember the question.
Most important question to the candidate.
Most important question, absolutely. It would be related to his experience, his or her experience with town government. Like, that's where I would want to hear it from. I think I answered it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr.
Thanks so much.
Gentile.
You're welcome. Thanks, David.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, okay, Mr. Wetzel?
Thank you. My name is Mark Wetzel. I live at 163 County Road. I've lived in town for 41 years. I have 2 adult sons who went through the Reading school system. I've been on numerous town committees that are on the application. I'm currently, until Friday, the Director of Public Works for the town of Air, Massachusetts. I'll be retiring, so I'll have plenty of time to devote to this process, as well as getting more involved in the other town committees. As in my job as in the town of Air, I supervise 25 employees with a budget of $8 million. I have a good understanding of how town government works, budgeting process, the visioning process. I was a key member of the master plan committee. I work with other town departments closely. I do a lot of public outreach in my job, and also been involved in collective bargaining for 3 different contracts. For the town manager position, what I would value is strong leadership, developing and empowering a strong team. I think that's really key to the success of the community. Developing a vision for the community. Obviously, when someone's coming in from the outside, they may not understand the community, but they'd have to learn to develop that vision and how to implement that. Developing new ideas and innovative ideas for how to run the town, and being collaborative but decisive. In response to the question of how the town manager, how I recommend the town manager spend $1 million, I would accept proposals from the residents of the town. How would you like to see $1 million spent? Narrow those proposals down and then have town meeting take a vote and really get some citizen input on how we're improving the community. Thank you.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mark.
Thank you. Okay, let's see. Okay, Mr. Berman. Welcome.
Thank you. I need to take this off. It's making me crazy. Well, it's great to be back here. I haven't been back here in a while, especially on this side of the aisle. So I'm Barry Berman. I live at 54 Longview Road. My wife Laura and I have been here since 1998. We raised a son who's now a senior at Elon University in North Carolina. I've spent probably the majority of my time here being actively involved in the community. I spent 4 years as a member of this board and 7 years on the finance committee. Been a town meeting member for, 12, 15 years. One of the things that I did, while I was on the board is I negotiated this current town manager's last contract. I was on the subcommittee with Dan Ensminger, and one of the things that I did is I worked with your current consultant, Bernie Lynch, because while we were always anticipating that Bob would sign a contract, I had to do my due diligence and make sure, well, what happens if Bob doesn't want to come? What do we need to find in a new town manager? So I did a lot of research into what would it take to find a new town manager? What would you have to pay a town manager? Who's out there? What's the applicant pool? So this would be sort of a second go-around for me. I also served on the committee that screened for the police chief, not the current one, but 2 police chiefs ago. So I know how to work in that context. I think that it's really, really important that the next town manager is able to build and maintain a strong organization. The most important asset that this town has, they leave the door at 5 o'clock and they go home. It's our employees who provide the services, really under a lot of stress and duress these days. So I'd want to see somebody who has the experience in building it and maintaining that organization. Communication is an incredibly important piece. I mean, communication, obviously, to give direction to a staff, but communication with you, right? The town manager and the select board have to work together to come up with policies and programs and directions for the town. And then it has to be a communication with what's going on in town, working intimately with you. Obviously, a strong financial background and someone who's demonstrated experience in municipal. It's different than, Carl, you run a great company. Running a town's a lot different, right? And having that experience, I'd want to see somebody in that. I think that if I had $1 million, I would, okay, sorry, I would probably build a
It's
community arts center, but,
$10.
can I do it? Yes, I spent more time in this building than in my own office for a lot of time, so I'm committed, to doing that. I spent a lot of my time and energy here in town, and to me, I think we're at a crossroads, so it'll be an extension of my own personal commitment to the town of Reading over this time, to continue serving.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, let's take some folks from remote.
We have Mark Delaney up next.
That's wonderful. Welcome, Mark.
Thank you, Caitlin. Thank you, Karen. Good evening to all of you. Mark Delaney, 26 Beacon Street. I applied for this committee position because I believe I have the experience in working collaboratively with others that we would be able to identify the best candidates for our select board to consider as our next town manager. We are a town of volunteers. Residents need to step up. I'm happy to see such a large pool of applicants for you to consider for this undertaking. So I'm offering my time and efforts to assist our town on this matter. The experience I bring to this is I've raised 2 children, first grade through high school. They're almost both 30 now. We all still live in Reading. Professionally, I've been involved in state and local government for over 30 years. I have a lot of experience in how governments function and how they operate. I've also managed and run my own business in this 30-year period. I have a degree from Suffolk University in Business Administration. I'm also an attorney from the New England School of Law at Boston. While my education has provided me with a certain set of analytical skills, I think my strength is common sense. I'm not afraid to ask challenging questions that are fair and thoughtful, and I always put in the time and effort needed to be successful at whatever I'm doing. So if you do not choose me for this role, I won't be offended. My feelings won't be hurt. If you do choose me, I will put in my best effort and help our town find the best candidates to bring before you. Thank you for listening. To the questions, would I rehire the town manager? Chances are good. I respect Bob. It's a very difficult job. I'd want to learn more from him on what his plans are in updating information access. If I had $1 million to spend, it would be, unless there was some huge priority in the town, half of it would go to kids programs, half of it would go to elderly programs. To Mark Dox's question, experience I think is critical in retaining Caitlin, who's probably one of the unsung heroes on town staff, has done a fantastic job throughout the pandemic. I think I've answered Ann's question. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Mark.
Thanks.
Thank you. Great. Just fix this.
Pick just 7 residents and we all, at this point, it just seems like, I just mean like, everyone has just been amazing and it just,
Well, the community
It-
forum, again,
yeah,
that
it
is
just-
definitely where we capture
Yeah.
what you guys want in a town manager, so. Okay, how about Mr. Caruso?
Good evening. My name is Chris Caruso. I live at 77 Hartshorn Street. If it's okay, I'll just give you this. It lists just some of my qualifications. I should have made more copies. I
Oh, no,
apologize.
don't worry about it, it's okay.
And I'll just speak quickly. I would absolutely hire Bob again if I could. I think that Bob's qualities were unsurpassed as far as his financial planning, his love of the town, his connection to the town. I think that's extremely important. It's probably not likely that we're going to be able to find a candidate from the town of Reading, but boy, that would be amazing. I think that that has a lot to do with what you said, Ms. Herrick, about just the feeling of Reading, the love of Reading, and what we're looking for in the next town manager at Reading. I really can't add much more than what all of these other wonderful candidates said. We all have a vested interest. My wife and I graduated from Reading High. We've been here our whole lives. I've been on school committee for multiple years. I've been in various organizations throughout town, a town meeting member for a number of years. I'd love to serve on the committee. I have plenty of time available. I can make all of the meetings. And thank you guys for staying so late.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yep.
Okay. Right.
Thank you, Chris.
Mr. Lee? Welcome.
Everybody. My name's Kevin Leet, 895 Main Street. I come before you with 15 years of staffing and hiring experience. I put most of this on my application, so to Chris's point, I'm not gonna read it back to you, but I think the most important question that was asked of the four, no offense, was really about what to focus on in what we're gonna ask these candidates. And from my perspective, it's really about how they build and or repair organizational culture and how they expand that to their entire organization top to bottom. So I think that's a big piece of this next stage in town management. So I'd like to see focus on that in the questions. I think the other piece is how they balance the in-the-moment asks from residents with long-term planning. Because a lot of times it's what's immediately on residents' minds becomes very, very important in the moment. And it sometimes supersedes those capital planning, those $20 million asks, Carl, not just the $1 million, what do you get right now? So I think those are the key things that I would want to get out of a candidate. And really, I think to the skills that I bring to the table, I've interviewed thousands and thousands of candidates over the years at pretty much every level. And I'd like to be part of this because I've got a young family in town and I don't plan on going anywhere. So I'd like the town to be in good hands moving forward. So I'll leave it there. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Great. Caitlin, could we take someone else remote?
Yep, I have Mike Lacy next.
Great. Welcome, Mike.
Unmute, Mike. There you go.
Hey, good looks. Thanks, Kyle. I appreciate it. So, good evening. My name is Mike Lacy. I live at 9 Beacon Street, and I would like to thank everyone for their time. I know you guys volunteer your time, and you definitely don't get thanked enough. I'm here to volunteer my expertise to give back, definitely for all the effort everyone in the room and then some has invested in the water tower. So, throughout my career, as a full-cycle recruiter, I've successfully executed a wide variety of searches of similar magnitude. Couple bullets on how I can help the town be and obtain success in the search. Number one, I can help develop an overview in terms of process. I definitely cannot stress how important it is to have a concrete process itemized step by step before the search even begins. I could help develop the search criteria, outlining the core background of what we as a town are collectively seeking in this position. You know, what other options or what other titles of candidates would we consider? Years of experience definitely come into play, desired backgrounds, and knowing what is in the budget for this position is definitely going to be paramount. I could also show the team different ways to leverage the platforms and search engines. Help market the position that would help separate ourselves from our competition. I believe it was brought to my knowledge that I believe Winchester is also in the market for a new town manager as well. From there, you know, you filter down the search to the desired number of candidates the select board would deem appropriate, and in orderly to vet each candidate appropriately in the internal screening process, which I'd definitely be, you know, able to help establish. We want to understand his or her true motivations and what their long-term vision is, but more importantly, where they're also at in their search.
Mike?
and
Mike?
their current mindset. So, I mean, this is just a quick overview.
Thank you.
But once the process is, established, it shouldn't come down to anything more than chemistry. Like yourself, finding a well-qualified town manager, like
Mike?
Bob.
Mike, I got.
I think you're at time.
We're
Oh,
on
okay.
time. And I'm sorry, you probably couldn't hear and I couldn't shut the damn thing off anyway, so I appreciate that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Mike.
Thanks,
You
Mike.
got it, guys.
Thank you.
Okay. Is Miss Wiggins here?
Hi, thank you for having us all here tonight. My name is Teresa Wiggins. I've been a resident since 2009, a small business owner since 2014. I've been a town meeting member since 2019. My husband and I are raising 3 children here. We have a sophomore at RMHS, an 8th grader at Coolidge, and a 5th grader at Wood End. Additionally, my parents moved here in 2016, and as a member of the elderly community have taken advantage of the senior center and have built a lovely community at church for themselves as well. I clearly have a vested interest in the entire lifespan of a Reading resident, from our youngest to our oldest citizens, and hold the lens of a business owner. I want to do my part in making this selection. This is an important moment for us. We can all agree that this is a significant task ahead of us. Like many communities, we are wading through essential questions, like how do we ensure our economic stability? How do we build systems that take into account not only environmental sustainability, but how to innovate through technology? And how do we make sure all of our residents are thriving, all while continuing to manage this pandemic? With my personal experience in the field of education, one of my areas of specialty is in family and community engagement, and I'd like to bring the skill set to this process. And specifically what that means is finding a candidate who knows how to bring stakeholders to the table, build consensus, listen deeply to what our values are, and most especially be able to bring perspectives together when they're seemingly at odds with one another. So it would be an honor to serve on this committee, bring my skill set. I would urge this board to consider the diversity of applicants when selecting the 2 members. I think that's really important to have everybody, represented as best as possible, even though it's only 2 citizens. In terms of questions, I think I've answered some. Perfect attendance, yes, I'll have it, I promise. And what else? The $1 million, I would think a lot about the systems that are put into place and invest in smart systems. I would have no reason to not renew a contract, but I think like any good decision, you need to gather input, and I'd gather stakeholders, just like what's so important to me, and talk that through. That's it. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Stop. I don't know why this thing won't stop. On silent. But I wanna, okay, well, how does,
Look at it.
don't look at it?
No, you can just look at it and put it on silent.
Okay. I'll do that. I'll turn it down. I'll just ignore it. It'll keep ringing all night. I'm sorry. Okay, thank you, Ms. Wiggins. Okay, Mr. Fito?
Thank you so much. I'm here today because I care deeply about the direction of this community, and I think the decision that is before the town on a new town manager is probably the most important decision that we'll be facing in the next few years that's going to impact the direction of this town. So of course we need a town manager with a strong grasp of financial and budgetary issues who can effectively and efficiently manage the town's affairs. That's a given. But I also believe strongly that our next town manager should possess other qualities. Someone who embodies the highest standards of integrity and trustworthiness. Someone who leads with accountability and transparency. Someone who wants town government to work for all residents of Reading. And most importantly, someone with a real vision for the town of Reading. And Mark, to answer your question, I think that's the question I would ask is, assuming you have 8 years as town manager in Reading, what does Reading look like in 8 years? How is it similar? How is it different? Why me? For the committee, I think I bring a unique skill set that would greatly benefit the committee. I'm a partner at a large law firm in Boston, but most importantly practicing labor and employment law. So a large part of my practice involves advising employers on this very issue, recruiting and hiring, how to select recruitment and hiring criteria, practices for selecting and conducting interviews and selecting applicants to interview, making hiring decisions, negotiating terms of employment. Like it or not, I've seen it all, and I helped employers through a lot of challenges, and I would like to bring that knowledge and experience to this committee. I also participate in my firm's hiring processes. I regularly are reviewing attorney resumes, interviewing candidates, making recommendations on key hires. So this is something that's within my wheelhouse. I'm a town meeting member. I've been a town meeting member for a number of years. I have knowledge of the key issues facing the town, and I have an understanding of the role the town manager plays in those issues. And I have a commitment to the future of Reading. I purchased a home here about 10 years ago with a 15-month-old. That 15-month-old just turned 11. And so I'm committed to make sure that he and his brother who came along while we were in Reading after that, and every kid in Reading has the potential, is given the tools to go out into the world and reach their full potential. And in terms of availability, I have some flexibility in my schedule and creating my own schedule and lots of support at work. So I can make those meetings absolutely work. On the $1 million question, I think we're in unprecedented times. You have to be very careful about spending decisions. COVID, as much as we'd like it to be, is not over and can have other ramifications. So I would want to make sure we're saving it in some type of fund. But I would try to spend on programs for the kids who have been impacted so heavily in the past 18 months. They're the ones who I think have been most heavily impacted. And we should be making all the resources that we can invest in them to make sure they come out of this on the other end. And
I think we're at 2 minutes.
okay, great. Sorry, Chris.
Thank you, Chris. We appreciate that.
Thank you, Chris.
Okay. Caitlin, could we have someone who's remote?
Yeah, we have Emmy Dub next.
Okay. Welcome, Emmy.
Hi. Emmy Dub, Charles Street, Reading resident for over 8 years, a parent of a Coolidge student. I've served on town meeting and Board of Health. The time commitment is not a problem, and I'm pretty sure $1 million is going to kill him. I applied for the town manager screening committee because as a resident, I have a vested interest in the leadership of the town. I also think I have a somewhat unique perspective. During my time on the Board of Health, I listened to residents and I worked with many town employees across a range of departments, not limited to the health department. The assistant town manager attended all board meetings. I invited the coalition director to present at a meeting. I served on the incident command team alongside the fire chief, police chief, town manager, and superintendent, and regularly reported to the select board. And during that time, I also interacted with the library director, town clerk, and facilities directly, and many other staff members indirectly. So I have a good understanding of the organizational structure of the current town government. What am I looking for in a town manager? I'd say probably a lot of the same things most of us are: fiscal responsibility, transparency, active communication with all relevant parties, whether they be residents, employees, or business owners. This role is also critical to promoting a feeling of welcome and acceptance in town. But additionally, I think it's important for the incoming town manager to have a vision for organizational structure. As you're aware, the current town manager has proposed an unusual change in moving the health department under public safety and physically moving their offices to the police department. So this will really be a transition within a transition. And I think it's important to have a sense of where an applicant might want to take their vision, might want to take that and their vision for local public health. Of course, this isn't exclusive to health. There was a lot of discussion last spring about the organizational placement of equity and inclusion as well. I know you have a lot of applicants, so I thank you for your time and good luck with your decision.
Thanks.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Commodores?
Evening, how you doing?
Welcome.
Good. Thanks for your time. Appreciate it. Pete Kumanduras, 24 Smith Ave. Been a resident since 1997, Reading. We brought up 2 daughters, gone through the school system, had a great experience in town. My first experience was Peter Heckenblecker back when Hunt Park was still a crappy little playground. And my daughter got hurt, came to Peter Heckenblecker, said, what can we do with the playground? He goes, there's nothing we can do unless you want to get involved. And that's when we got involved. We rebuilt it, helped me point to like all the different departments in town to work with it. It was a great experience of being involved with the town. That led to founding Friends of Reading Recreation, which then got us more involved. We're dealing with all different departments, recreation, dealing with the police, the fire, as far as the fireworks, road races. And one thing I learned is that the town manager sets the tone for all the departments and all the personnel from the front line of the, DPW, right through everybody in town. And it's important, I want to get involved because I saw firsthand the passion of a lot of these people in the front lines and the town departments who work to help the town residents bring something to life. And I just want to make sure that that sort of same characteristic the town manager setting the tone is there with relevant managerial experience, managing multiple budgets, managing multiple priorities with a finite dollar resource, and being able to include residents in decisions. Carl, the $1 million, we put it to a lot of places. I think obviously coming out of the pandemic, a lot of, kids, elderly vets, having a way to kind of come back into, the community again, be outside. I wouldn't put it all there, put some into, let's see what capital projects we've had that have been postponed that need to help us go forward in the future, and put the rest in savings. We've decided a purpose. I would hire Bob back. I would. Question I'd ask would be, what's their 5, 10, 20-year vision? And how would they take the team, the reports, help them see that vision through, and how to get residents involved in that vision too. So, thank you for your time.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Barnes.
Good evening.
Welcome.
Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Jonathan Barnes. I live at 41 Pratt Street in Reading. I first want to tell you that I don't envy your position. I think you said it, Chris. It's an incredible group of people, and I commend everybody for their interest. And I don't envy your position. I think that this is probably the most important decision that the town is going to make for a very, very long time. And for that reason, I really welcome the opportunity to participate in that process. I think I am equipped to do that because I have been in this town for 34 years. I have been an active participant and volunteer in the town for 31 of those 34 years. I've been on the CPDC, the Planning Department, the Planning Commission, including being the chair for several times, for 17 years. I've been a town meeting member for going on 26 years. I'm currently on the Historical Commission. I've been on the commission for 6 or 7 years, serving as chair for that as well. I have served on various town committees, including the Town Council Selection Committee, the Master Plan Committee back in the early 90s. I represented the town on a state committee that was involved in redesigning the interchange 93-128 interchange. The fact that there wasn't a lot of improvement there is not my fault. But I've got a lot of experience involved in various committees on behalf of the town and with the town. I also have a lot of experience working with Peter, working with Bob. I have tremendous respect for both Peter and Bob. Bob has remarkable skills in the area of finance and in several other areas, and his knowledge in the town is impeccable. In all probability, I would rehire him as well. I would be interested in, I know there's a lengthy evaluation process that the select board goes through. I would be interested in reviewing that in more detail than I have, but I would in all probability renew his employment here. But I welcome the opportunity to see what's out there now on behalf of the town. What I would say in response to Ann's question, other than what I've said in terms of my experience in the town, I am a retired, like some others here, attorney. And also, like some others here, I'm a labor and employment attorney, retired at this point. One thing that might distinguish me and I think would be valuable in this position, I know everybody here believes in the value and importance of public service. I think that's reflected in my service to the town, but that is also reflected in my professional career. I have been committed and devoted to public service in all of my positions, and in nonprofit positions for the state, for the city of Boston, for various authorities, and finally for Massachusetts Institute of Technology. I've negotiated countless collective bargaining agreements representing those various state agencies and MIT. I have hired a broad number of employees in a host of various positions. I've served on various screening committees for hiring. I'm familiar with the town charter, I'm familiar with the general bylaw, the zoning bylaw, so therefore I think that I would be helpful in this process, and I look forward to any other questions that you might have, and I would look forward to hopefully serving on this committee. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, Caitlin, can we take someone from remote?
Yeah, I have Nancy up next.
Okay, welcome Nancy.
Well, thank you so much for having me. I really appreciate your time. I'll try to fly through this because I'm sure you're all exhausted. My name is Nancy Tawadros. I'm at 31 Libby Ave in Reading. I've lived in Reading for 18 years, 2 girls in the school system. Love, love, love this town. We absolutely love it here. Professionally, I'm employed in people operations at a technology company in Cambridge. So my background is entirely in talent acquisition, recruiting. I have over 20 years experience in hiring, including high-level recruiting, recruitment strategy, and recruitment process development across several verticals and employee levels in both small and large companies. I have a proven track record for achieving successful and resourceful staffing processes at all levels. For example, I solely conducted a full-scale search, which placed a partner for one of the most notable CPA firms in Massachusetts. On the other end of the spectrum, I've pioneered job fairs at homeless shelters, which staffed difficult to fill light industrial positions. So that was quite frankly a win-win for both employer and employee. And in my current role, I'm the most diversified hiring resource. I'm currently solely responsible for our company search for a controller as our company grows. Throughout my career, I've always exceeded my targeted hiring goals, which procured highly talented individuals in a timely manner. I'm passionate about people. It's who I am. It's what I do. Building talented teams is what I love, and I believe that background would serve the committee well. And I'll dive right into the questions really fast in the interest of time. Can I commit to perfect attendance? Yes. Yes, I would renew our existing town manager's contract. I'm very sad to see him go. With $1 million, I would not spend that. I would reserve that for an emergency and an emergency fund. The most important question I'd ask a town manager candidate is what core values govern your decision-making process? I think that's a very important question to ask. And what unique qualities do I bring to this committee is just my hiring background. It's all I know and it's what I do. And I thank you all very much for your time.
Thank you, Nancy.
Thanks,
Thank you.
Nancy.
It's wonderful. Great. Okay. Everyone's doing great.
I think that's all the Zoom people too.
Is it? Caitlin, how are we doing on Zoom people?
No, I have one more here.
Okay, no, thanks for the update. That's great. Okay, so, Ms. Crook. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Kathy Kirk. I live at 137 Pleasant Street. You've seen my resume application, what I've done in town, what I've done for town. Carlo, I'd like to answer your question in a different way. If I had $1 million, that's the first question I would ask the upcoming town manager. What would he or she do? And for me, that would give an idea of the research they've done into town where they feel would be the best use of that type of funding, particularly if it came with no strings attached. I could do perfect attendance. I would probably rehire Bob. He has wonderful qualities. I've worked with him on a couple of different negotiation aspects with RCTV. But I'd also like to see what else is out there. And what I would bring to the committee is I tend to be a big picture or a global thinker. I may not have as much municipal background as some of the other people, but I believe that there's a strength in kind of thinking outside the box and asking a question that somebody else may not have thought of. And so that's one of the things that I think, to Ann's question, that I would bring. I think that's it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy.
Thanks everyone for doing a great job with the time.
Excellent. Okay, Mr. Dewar. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Dan Doer. I live at 519 Main Street, and I also have a business at the same address. My application, lists that I've served on town meeting. I was on finance committee. I enjoy volunteering for the different opportunities in Reading. My background, before I was a store owner, I was in a software manufacturing company. I was a team lead. I helped hire the team and other teams as well. That whole process from a corporate standpoint. So, as far as some of the questions, I would definitely rehire Bob. I think Bob was an excellent town manager. I learned a lot about the town of Reading from seeing him operate, being on some other committees. If I had $1 million, no strings attached, I'd solve the parking problem we have in Reading. Maybe buy a parking lot downtown, since I'm on that committee. I think that one of the best attributes I could think of for a town manager would be someone that's a team player, but can also step up and lead when necessary. That's pretty much it. Thank you for your time, and good luck.
Thank you, Mr. Dewar.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Francis Drive. That's Mr. Arena. But I can't read your sign-in, so.
I didn't go to Catholic school. Thank you, Madam Chair. John Arena, 26 Francis Drive, Reading resident for 41 years, 3 children through Reading schools. I've served on FinCom, town meeting member, 6 years on this board, 2 as chair through some of the most tumultuous times. I sat on this board which selected Bob out of a slate of 3 candidates. He was head and shoulders the right candidate then, and it's beyond comparison that he should have been rehired. It's not even a question. One of the realities in life is you don't know what you have until it's gone, and this board really won't feel, and this town really won't feel, the impact of Bob until he finally vacates that chair. There's a lot in Reading that's working right. There's an awful lot in this town that works well. And the next candidate, in my view, this group will decide the policies and qualities of that candidate. But from a straight principle point of view, the next candidate has to keep what's running right intact. Bob's built an organization around him that expects a certain style. It works well with that style. And ideally, the candidate should come in knowing what he's walking into. You're hiring a CEO for an organization that's working well. The individual's got to come in and not be disruptive. He's got to look around. He's got to figure out where the strengths and weaknesses are without alienating the group or the constituency of the town. I not only served on the board that down-selected Bob from a slate of 3, I was also served in that capacity with your current police chief. So Dave Clark was my selection to serve in that capacity for the town of Reading. He's been perfect in my view. In terms of the $1 million, most people don't really do well with money from the sky. Funny decisions get made. This town's always dealt with questions like that with community priorities, and I'd put it up to that kind of a decision as well, rather than a spontaneous reaction. The most important question, Mark, is candidates should have seen Bob on video. They should have seen the way this town operates. How will a candidate walk in and fill that void left by the former CEO and pick up without missing a beat? Tell me what you do the same, what you do differently. Rehiring Bob, no brainer. And Ann, I hope I answered your questions on skills. You've got a bunch of interested people here. If I'm so lucky as to be chosen, time is not an issue. I'll make the time available. I've hired hundreds of people in my career. I manage a group of about 90 people, and they work for me when they're done. My mistakes I get to deal with. It's hard to hire the right person. You can get rid of them in commercial practice. This one has to be perfect. You really can't afford to make a mistake here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, is there Chad Smith? Okay, welcome.
So,
Thank you.
Chad Smith, I live at 36 Rice Road. Aside from what's already been included in the content that was provided, just want to give maybe a little bit of background, and I'll just fire off the answers to each of your questions.
Great.
So a bachelor's degree in physics, master's degree in radiological sciences, PhD in medical physics. All that is completely irrelevant to what you're looking for. So I can offer you a complete outsider's view. You've got a bunch of people that are, inherent and woven into the fabric of the town. I'm a transplant, so I am not from Reading. I moved to Reading in 2012. And the choice how we made the choice to move to Reading, my wife and I, was a market analysis of property values and how they dropped or didn't drop in comparison to other towns. And Reading was one that held its property very well. And I think that's from a lot of the wisdom of this group and the previous town managers. So that's maybe an insight into how I would make a decision, and it would be objective and unbiased. I'm not involved in any other town boards in any way, shape, or form.
Well, we have your contact info now, so
A
just say no.
complete outsider, right? So I can only say that once, right? So that's a kind of, I'm spending it right now. Invest it. I commit to the time. I have no idea. I've never met the previous town manager, so I can't say whether or not I'd rehire him or not. So that would have to be, further investigation into that. And you've had so many great answers to your question, Mark, about how you would answer it. I was going to use the previous joke of using your question. I can't do that anymore. But the vision question, and not only what is your vision for the town, but how would you accomplish it? I think that would be important to know how would not just words are wind. We want to know, how you would accomplish the goal that you set out to do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Nice to meet you, and yeah, we got your number.
Thank you.
Last Zoom.
Yeah, looks like we have 1, 2, 3, 4 left.
Second page.
3.
Oh,
Yeah, I was
okay.
gonna say 3, maybe with the same last name.
I see 3 Giacalonis and a Corey. Unless we signed in a couple times. Yeah, that's fine. So is it just one left on Zoom? Caitlin?
Yes.
Okay,
Yep.
great.
Deborah.
Welcome, Deb.
Hi, Deb Gilbert here. I live at 103 Oak Street in Reading. I've been a resident for 23 years, and we've raised our daughters here. They're both graduates of RMHS. So, gosh, there's so many great people on this call. So I'll just share what I am, but I don't think it would matter too much. You have a lot of choices, good choices to make. I've been a volunteer in lots of ways in this community. For the last 10 years, I've been on the Reading Education Foundation, which has taken a lot of my time. And recently, I've been really working with facilitating community conversations with the library. And that's really given me an opportunity to hear a lot about what various community members want or need from town government. And in all of my volunteer work, I seem to cross paths with the town manager. So I see that as an example of how that role is much more than finance and town administration, because it requires a broad set of skills that involve dealing with the community and the issues that are happening in the community. So I guess something unique I bring to this is that I think I'm good at dealing with skill sets that go beyond administration and department management, working within community inclusive ways. In my work, I'm a leadership consultant and a engagement facilitator and trainer, and all my clients are government organizations. And I know in particular, I work a lot with their having to interact with communities, stakeholders, and the public, and how much that's starting to be more and more a part of their work, even when it didn't seem like it might have been. So I think I can help the screening committee and the town sort of name and spot those skill sets and mindsets that are being called for, and that will help civil servant leaders be successful in today's environment, both managing the departments, multiple departments, and helping with community. So I'm very available if needed. I work at home, so my calendar, I just need dates and I can hold those things. My favorite question for the town manager would be, what ways do you think the role of town manager is changing in today's environment, and what skills would be important? I don't know about what Bob's performance expectations were. I imagine he fit them very well. But I would ask him the same question. What would he say about the skill sets that might be needed in the current environment that maybe weren't part of his job description? I would ask the community about the $1 million, and I would want that to be a very inclusive and collective process. And given what I've heard tonight, I feel like you're going to have a really strong screening committee, and I wish you luck, and I thank you all for your time and your very important service to our community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Deb.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thanks, Deb.
Okay, Alec? Welcome.
Thank you very much. Alec Giacalone, 9 Orchard Park Drive, first of 3 Giacalones you'll see.
Yeah.
I am a 22-year lifelong Reading resident. I didn't move here. I was born here. I am a graduate of RMHS class of 2017. I would likely be the youngest member of this committee. I wouldn't bring nearly the same breadth of municipal or professional experience as many of my fellow applicants, but I think I would bring a very unique young point of view, and sometimes those rookie points of view can find creative solutions to our problems that we're going to face. I studied operations and information management as well as real estate analysis at the Eisenberg School of Management, and I am now working as a Bank Secrecy Act and anti-money laundering professional. So I understand it's deeply important that our next town manager meticulously follows his or her roles in terms of our town charter, being our chief executive. I would absolutely renew Mr. Lillish's contract without pause. If I had to spend $1 million, I want the new town manager to invest in materials for road construction that are not nearly as environmentally impactful and more durable than asphalt, and reduce our pollutants going down our storm drains. In terms of attendance, I would do whatever I need to do to make sure I'm at every meeting. The most important question I would want to know from the next town manager is, what's the biggest disaster that you had to deal with in your professional life, and how did you handle it? And in terms of a very unique quality that I want the next town manager to have is, I want them to be able to accomplish more while doing less. So this is the second time in my life Reading will be hiring a new town manager, and I hope the gravity of this decision is not lost on anybody. Thank you very much for your time tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Em.
Okay, all right. Next Giacalone will be Nathan.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for having me. My name is Nathan Giacalone. I'm also at 9 Orchard Park Drive. I'm also a lifelong resident of Reading. I was a graduate of the Reading Memorial High School, and then I also graduated with a double major in history and political science from UMass Amherst. I've also been elected as a town meeting member in March of 2020. For the first question from Mr. Haley, yes, I would renew Mr. Lillish's contract because I was satisfied overall with the trend that he was helping run things in Reading. I would say the unique thing that I would bring to this committee is that as a municipal employee myself, I've been a committee clerk in another community for almost 2 years now. So I bring that insider's perspective on what makes government local government run effectively, and I would hope to be able to spot those traits in a prospective applicant. As far as the important questions I would want to ask a prospective candidate would be how they plan on working with the town staff members and our elected officials to most effectively use our resources. As far as a question with the $1 million is concerned, if that money needs to be spent, I would first want to see how it could be used to either expand or improve the foreign language opportunities we have available to students in our school system. As far as my availability for this, I would need to check with my work, but I would love to see if that's something I could make possible. And I think that's all the answers I have to these questions. Again, thank you for having me tonight.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Steve.
All right, Dan.
Okay, last but not least, Michael. You sure there aren't any more waiting in the hall?
Just a couple.
Okay.
I brought the entire family up.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Michael Giacalone, 9 Orchard Park Drive. I guess it's safe to say I'm the last candidate you'll be hearing tonight, which you're probably like, thank God. How many more times can we hear? I've been a resident of Reading for the last 25 odd years. There's a multitude of things I have in my experience which I think I can bring to the table here. One, I've been running my own accounting practice since 1996. So with that comes a lot of analytical skills, a lot of analysis of data, looking at things in a very systematic way. And that is something I think I can bring to this committee in looking for a candidate, because it is a process. And who follows a process more closely than a CPA? So with everything that we have to do. There's been many things I've been involved with in the town. My practice has been here since I moved to Reading in 1996. So it's been in a town business all that time. And in that time, I've also been a member of the Chamber of Commerce, working within the business community, a former president of the Chamber of Commerce, and doing various committees and activities within the Chamber that also involved working here with the select board and other aspects of the town. So I've been involved with those types of workings and be able to bring that type of collaboration within this committee group. Things that I'm looking for in a town manager, someone who's objective in their decision-making process, someone who's not driven by politics in how they make their decisions, to look at what's best for the town versus what someone's saying is best, and be able to look at things objectively and with an analytical mind. They also have to have experience within town government. I don't think you can take someone who's been something that isn't remotely related to this and bring them in here and understand how are they going to work with all the different aspects of the variations of the town. I mean, you say, well, it's just this town, but there are so many moving parts just within this town, as you've all learned in your experiences. Someone has to be able to manage those, be able to be that quarterback for all these activities. So things that I also, listening to all these different questions, would I hire Bob? Absolutely. And this dovetails into various other questions that have been asked. And the reason is because in all the times I've seen Bob, I don't think I've ever had to hear him say, let me get back to you on any question. I've heard all sorts of questions asked to him, and he's had the answers right there in his head. And I sit there and I wonder how. And in terms of the question, can this candidate have the mind of a sponge to be able to absorb everything and step into Bob's shoes? This isn't something that you can say, well, I'll ramp up over the next 6-12 months. This person has to be able to absorb all this town information and be able to run with this right from the beginning. And hopefully I'll be able to help select that candidate that can fill in those shoes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mark.
Yes, I have David Corey written down, but I'm not sure that, it might have been for another matter. Okay, and Caitlin, we're good on your end? We've gone through all the applicants?
Yeah, that's, I have no one else logged in.
Okay, no, that's fine, I just wanted to
We asked everyone here who was applying, right?
Okay, thanks so much. Is it the old way the select board used to do, like with prior to VASC, like everyone would come before the select board and do that, and yeah, and then us throwing questions at them, so you guys are awesome.
Can I ask Caitlin a quick question?
Yeah.
Caitlin, did anyone, I was looking through all the applications that you gave us, did anyone say they couldn't make it tonight? Because a few weren't here.
We had, we had a few withdrawals of applications, over the night. I believe we had 3 people withdraw, during the meeting.
I did see someone join on Zoom and then left.
Yeah,
Did they withdraw?
I'm not sure, I did have someone, that had written down that joined that dropped off. I don't know why. And then I had 3 people send me their withdrawal of their application due to time commitment. They would not feel they could make the daytime meetings.
Okay.
That the applicant, was that include the applicant who'd signed on and then signed off?
No, the applicant that signed on and dropped off, I'm just not quite sure what happened.
Would you, in case you had technical difficulties, or I don't know who it was, would you be willing to put a call in? Do you know who it is?
I know who, I know who it is. I can send them an email if you want. I don't know if I feel like calling someone at 10:30.
Oh, yeah, is it 10:30? Okay, yeah.
That's a very good point.
Thank you.
But I can absolutely email him and ask if there was any,
Okay. Right, got a little dicey there when Ivy was talking, nothing like getting advice from an attorney and having it go like that. Ugh. Okay. Wow, I can't believe we did that. Okay. So, I can share with y'all, that, Bernie suggested that even with such a large pool of applicants, that we come, when we're ready, we come with a couple of candidates and when we talk about them. So
Each person, you mean?
each person comes with 2 candidates, we'd have 10 altogether. So, the way this worked out does give us a little time to process everything that we've heard tonight, so that could be good.
Karen?
You can go.
I just wanted to say, I was so impressed hearing from everyone, and I know this was not our original plan to hear people give 2-minute statements, but I learned so much about our friends and neighbors in the community that I did not know, and I thought it was a great opportunity for us as a board to hear about the kind of deep well of expertise we have in town, and I really appreciate everyone coming and staying so late. And I know you're probably all gone and hopefully getting some rest, but very much appreciate it.
Yep, me too.
I concur.
Yeah.
Yep.
Thanks, Karen. For me, I don't even know how we can narrow it down to just 2 people. I don't see anybody that stood up that I wouldn't want on the committee. I mean, it was very different being somebody obviously new here, just hearing everyone's experience that they had. And it's just, I don't even know how we can narrow it down to 2.
Okay.
But I mean, yeah, I know we don't have to do it tonight, but I think for me, I'd feel better with 3, but I mean, it's even that just seems ridiculous coming down to that number. But hopefully we all agree on 2 people randomly, all in common, and we'll see how it goes. But I really appreciate everyone's time and dedication to the town, and it really showed tonight. So thank you for taking the curveballs. That's part of the point.
Yes, Mark?
So I concur also with all the things that have been said. I think what was really important and great to hear was a spirit of collaboration to kind of work together to get this done. This is a big decision. It's a big opportunity for the town. And someone asked, do we take it seriously? We take it very seriously, just to be clear. So it's going to be really difficult to figure it out, but I feel great that we had 37 people apply to participate in this. We interviewed 20 some odd this evening. And learned a lot, felt good about kind of the discussion, what was going on, what seems important to people. There were some interesting questions that came up that I think will be helpful to our process. They're certainly going to be helpful to my thinking in terms of what's going to happen. And that's great. So, thanks. And yeah, we have this unenviable position to pick 2, but that's why we get paid the big bucks. So we'll have to do it.
I don't know what you're admitting to, Mark. I don't know what this.
I heard they're gonna double your salary, not to worry.
Yeah.
As an aside, I really thought that the select board had a budget. Carlo knows the story that I really thought that, I won't go down this avenue, but I thought I was getting paid $2,000 to be on the select board, but it's the budget of the select board.
Oh, at least you found that information
Oh,
out.
I felt as if I'm
That's
owed
good to know.
$6,000 by the time this is over. Minimum $6,000.
Could be virtual currency,
Well,
but anyway.
so-
I'll take 1 Bitcoin if anyone wants.
Nope, that's good. Glad you found that out.
Yes.
I get some ideas. Well, that will be in another agenda.
You go home now?
I know, I'm kind of ready, but go ahead.
So, I was hoping we could talk a little bit about future agenda items, because next meeting is the last one before town meeting.
Yep.
Thank you, everyone.
Thanks all,
Thank
thanks
you.
everyone for coming.
And, okay, so just to confirm, the postal board, are we okay? We're gonna think about this?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. I
And
think
we'll
it's
bring forward 2 candidates,
it's a
well,
good
10
idea.
candidates, and that's still gonna be, quite a process to whittle down.
So to Chris's question, do you wanna come with
And I-
2 and then maybe have a backup?
Yeah.
Yeah, Ann, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, so folks know, I had taken some language that Bernie had provided as a draft charge, shared it with Ivrea. She'd made a couple technical edits, and I incorporated most of them. She said kind of like take these or leave these, and then that document, I think Caitlin added to the packet today. So I think it's fine if, especially given Bernie's guidance that we don't have to have this all wrapped up tonight. If we want to take that up at our next meeting when we appoint the committee, that's fine with me.
I'm gonna do that? Okay, I'm fine with that.
And I agree with Mark and Chris on 2, and then, okay, because it's gonna be a consensus, and then, a vote, and some of us aren't gonna like, I shouldn't say like, some of us, I learned a lot tonight. I knew maybe half of these people, and half I didn't know. So it was a learning process, which was great, a very positive one. So 2, and I don't know if I call it a backup, but
An alternate.
I mean it's hopefully the 5 of us, we get one out of the way like that,
Fun.
and then we arm wrestle for the second one, and then it's gonna be it's a few of the residents said it. I don't envy us. I don't envy myself. This is not fun. It's not gonna be fun. It's not gonna be
Alright,
fun.
but we now have everyone's phone number and email, so, there'll
Pool
be
of
there's
volunteers.
other ways, there's always ways we need help.
Yeah, this is it's
So
very.
getting back to your question, how does the backup work? Like,
I would just say if we had, if we each gave our 2 names, was perhaps all 10 people are completely different. And
Yeah,
then
that's
we
what
have
I
our
was
third person, and then it's like, oh, now Chris and Karen match up, or Chris and Mark, and then we maybe discuss, take a vote on that, and
Yeah,
that's essentially it. Maybe at the end, we all have 15 different people, like, that would be shocking to me, but I think we just have 2 with an alternate, and that just seems easy enough. I can't narrow it down tonight, I don't know if I can
Yeah,
narrow it
fair
down
enough.
tomorrow and next week. It's
Yep.
just a lot of good quality people that came up.
I like that idea.
I'm not sure what you mean by an alternate, Chris. I know that Bernie cautioned against, making the committee bigger and making it harder to get people in the same room. So when you say an alternate, do you mean, we would offer it to 2 people, and then if they didn't accept, then we would go to the alternate
No,
to
it's.
offer them the
It's
position?
No, it's our picks. So essentially, I'm not asking for 3 residents to be on the committee, even though by this showing, I'd gladly accept that, but it's for our picks in general. We would have the 2 people, and if we all picked every one of us had different names on the list, then we'd go to the third person we don't have to use an alternate, we could pick 3 people.
So
But then-
we should all bring 3 names,
Yeah,
is what you're saying?
two
and
of
we-
we want these 2 individuals, this is what I want, we see who matches up, and then go from there. If nobody does, maybe Mark, me, Karen, you, Carlo, all had the same third person. And then that just seems like a no-brainer, we take that one. So just something like that, just come with a minimum of 2 and then an alternate in case none of our picks line up with each other.
I'm sure there will be more than
Hopefully.
2 that I would be very happy to
Yes.
have on this committee, given the strength of the applicants, but.
It's like Texas Hold'em, you know, the flop.
So should we then send our candidates to Caitlin so she can put them into a sheet for us so that we have them in front of us when we get here? Or I'm just trying to figure out, because, we don't have a lot of time. So
I think-
what can we do ahead of time to be
I mean,
ready?
that seems reasonable, like,
Yeah.
as long as, I'm fine with doing.
Yeah, I think that's fine. In no particular order, just 2 people.
Or you
and
can
then
say,
alternate,
here's my
whatever.
two,
Yeah.
here's my
And
2
the
top,
alternate.
and here's my alternate.
Yep.
I just, once we get here, like, just going around the room, I'll be scribbling down people's
Oh,
names,
yeah,
and
no,
it'll
no,
just
no,
add to the
we'll all have it
chaos.
for the packet.
The one thing in terms of making it, it sounds like a sort of a mathematical process. I do want to keep in mind appointing a board as a whole that is sort of diverse and balanced and reflects the community in terms of, in all ways, but including, institutional expertise as well as, community work. I think there may be 2 people who I would rank highly who are very similar, and I would probably, when I come with 2 names, I'm going to think of 2 people who would bring 2 different qualities to the table. So I think it may be, I'm sort of thinking about like what the committee is going to look like as a whole.
Right, no, that's a good point, yeah.
So there, so I think we may not get a committee as a whole that would sort of reflect those different skill sets if we do it mathematically. I'm just not quite sure how it'll turn out, but we can figure it out.
No, I wouldn't pick 2 of the same, like what Ann was saying, I wouldn't pick, 2 very candidates that have very similar backgrounds.
Yeah, mine will be night and day different from each other, so.
Okay, and so we would then be ready to just appoint the whole committee for the 12th and then hand it over to Community Paradigm and say, okay, you're ready.
Yeah, I think that's what we need to do, yeah.
So as long as
And
we.
then, then he can be in communication. I'm concerned about people locking down dates and making arrangements.
So just to clarify, I think, Karen, so if we could just have all of our picks sent over to Caitlin by when the agenda is supposed to be posted, so that would be Thursday or whatever beforehand, just so we don't, miss it and then doesn't get in there for
Probably
certain people.
and I would say probably the day before is better. Like, so let's say Wednesday, is that okay, Caitlin?
Next
Wednesday,
Wednesday?
end of day?
Yeah, Wednesday would be great.
Okay, yes, Thursdays get nuts. Mondays and
Six.
Thursdays are nuts.
And just to be clear, just the 2 resident candidates, not our other picks.
Yep.
For department heads or whatever.
Right.
That we'll discuss in open session.
Right, so as Anne has shared, she's got 3 department heads who have responded who are interested. I mean, I guess Anne could come to us if anybody else, raises their hand between now and then, but would this committee, this board then just say, okay, Anne has presented department heads that have expressed interest.
Yep.
Okay, all right, cool, and then we have the 2 select board members and the moderator. Okay, the moderator, we've already added. So, all right, but not officially, but we've agreed, okay. And so the charge, okay, so we'll do the charge. We will do, out of these 37 wonderful candidates, we will try to narrow that field down, and then we will meet the whole committee, get the charge done. And is there anything else we need to do next week, Anne, that I forgot? Or next meeting, I'm sorry, on the 12th?
I don't think so. Just, you had said to me that you would ask the board not to attend the community forum next week, but to watch from home so as to provide maximum opportunity for community members to have their voices heard. So I just wanted to make sure that message was relayed if that's what you're asking.
Caitlin will be facilitating remote participants like she does for us. Bernie will be leading it, and they've done it a bunch of times. They know what they're doing, and
It'll be on RCTV, obviously.
yep,
because-
RCTV's gonna film it.
You're asking us to watch on RCTV or
Or just
some
watch
kind of
later,
streaming,
God
right?
forbid, wanna
Pairing
take-
versus joining
Correct.
the Zoom. We don't want to have any kind of OML issue.
That was
Yes,
asked, that was
correct.
asked, yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Karen?
Yep.
Could we get a copy of the proposed charge for us to review?
Of course, and I think, Anne, do we have it or do we just, I got a copy and let me just check and see if it was passed to
It's been
everybody.
added to this packet, but we can have it added to the next packet as well.
It was late breaking news.
And I just would flag, given that, there's a lot of interest in setting and confirming the interview dates right now in the draft charge, one of the tasks of the committee is to set the interview dates, so that will sort of allow the committee to work together to, set the interview dates as a committee.
Yeah, the packet I sent out at 5:30 has the draft charge in it.
Okay, thank you.
Can you just tell me where?
What page?
947.
I haven't seen it.
No, I know, it came out late.
It's the last page, I think.
Oh.
Oh, wait, hold on.
No, I don't
Nope,
think
I'm
so.
wrong.
Page 102.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Karen, do you want us to come back with any comments or suggestions we might have about the charge? So that we're prepared at the start of the next meeting?
Yes, so be prepared at the start of the next meeting so we can discuss it in open session, is that what you're saying? Yes, yep. Okay. Page 102, okay, so do you wanna talk about next agendas?
I think we need to.
Yeah.
Can I speak for a sec? So,
Yeah.
one of the things that I think is really important for our next agenda, since it is just before town meeting, is to get the latest updates on all of the issues related to warrant articles in particular. So we've discussed what we're gonna do related to the properties. Meadowbrook, thank you. I have a number of questions on the water tank.
Okay.
That would be great to ask Bob and Ryan to address directly. And that way they're available to us and then they're available to town meeting.
Okay.
So there are 4 issues specifically. One is to get some form of updated cost estimate to paint the tank so we can compare, even if it's just taking the last estimate that was given and some cost factor on top. Second, are there any conditions or contingencies on the bid specifically related to cost escalation, up or down?
Do you have these written?
I do.
It's really late.
I'll send them
Would it
to
be
you.
possible to, yeah,
Yeah,
okay.
let me read them if I could,
Alright,
and then I'm happy to
please,
share.
thank you, if I don't have to write them down, this helps.
I'd very much like to hear from Weston and Sampson about a lot of things, but their thoughts on the condition of the tank and its ability to be repainted, repaired. I know a study was done several years ago, like within 5. We should see what that is and any concerns, because some concerns were brought up. Let's see if they're real or not.
Okay.
And I'd like to learn more about Weston and Sampson's comments on the bid responses. Why did others not apply? Of some that didn't apply, was there something about it that stopped them in particular, or is this just kind of the way it is? And the last piece was, I know that there are other towns and communities building water towers now, including Sandwich, Massachusetts.
Really? Okay.
And I just wonder what we can learn from that, and I suspect Brian probably already has a lot of this information, it'd just be helpful to share. And MWRA may or may not know of other communities building large towers or things like that that would go on. I want to make sure that we understand as best we can what options are out there. We won't have perfect information, but we need better information.
Yeah.
So I was hoping we'd talk a little bit about it tonight, but obviously it wasn't on the agenda, so I'd like to make sure it's there.
Okay.
So that's related to the warrant. What was the other thing that was for next meeting? Sorry, I blanked on it for a second.
It's okay, along,
You got Meadowbrook?
Definitely Meadowbrook. Yeah, so anything, so
Yeah.
Meadowbrook specifically, water tank specifically. Sorry, I'm blanking. I'm gonna come up
well, along those lines, I was also interested in taking a look at, we've had this relationship for Noresco for a long time, before my time, I don't even know if it came before town meeting. I would like to get a look at the Noresco contract, and so I would like add that to your list, and maybe the answer is it's on the town website already, and somebody just needs to show me where it is. Was it with the other, debt authorization warrant article?
Maybe it's covered. The one I really had wanted to think more about was the
Okay,
water.
obviously you can send them to me afterwards. Okay, so send me what's written anyway, and I will add the my Noresco question. How about other folks?
I think next meeting will be, filled with,
Yeah, it's gonna be filled.
yeah.
So I would suggest that we try to, follow with Bob. I would suggest that we try to complete the Meadowbrook hearing first thing. Let's see, and that should be relatively quick because we heard so much tonight. And unless there's new developments, well, actually, you'll bring us new information. Yep, okay, that's cool. And then we had already had town manager goals pushed out one session. This is a tricky one, and I guess we can go back to the existing goals. It's a partial year goals, but maybe at some perspective, they still remain the same. So maybe there can be some consistency. I'm not sure how to do this.
I wonder if it'd be helpful to kind of get a recap of kind of where we were, because I think we had pretty much coalesced around what we wanted. It kind of fell off my plate.
Did we? I think we were just about to get into it and we heard about the resignation. I don't even think we opened, I could be wrong. And do you have a recollection that we had any significant conversations on town manager goals? We worked really hard on the review to get that done. I remember that.
I recall.
We did have a significant conversation, but didn't finalize them.
Yeah, that's what I remember.
That's right.
Because it was, I always think it's like a little bit funny to do the goals, or to do the evaluation, and then, I don't know, it's sort of funny the way we did it, but yeah, I don't think we finalized them, but I thought we made significant progress.
Okay, so why don't I do this then? I will go back and find out where that was, and then I will, have Bob or Caitlin send it out to you. This will be, we do want to wrap this up. It's only, it's kind of a strange year, so, but if there's something we need to add or consolidate or make them simpler, that, I'm all about that.
It's really important for the new potential town manager to see what the goals are that the board has put forward.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, you're
Yeah.
right, you're right.
Yep.
Yep, okay, so, you gotta think about that then, so we'll get that sent out to us again, and we gotta invest some time in seeing if those are the appropriate goals for this year, okay, fair enough.
I'm having like specific recollections now. I think we'd all provided feedback to Bob. He'd asked us to rank the goals. He'd shown us like a spreadsheet of how the different goals rank, how board members as well as department heads ranked different goals. So we made some good progress.
Oh, yeah. I can never remember, I'm not crazy about the town manager review format, and I don't think I'm crazy about the goals format either, because I feel like it comes from an operational goal perspective up to us versus what are the goals the select board has on top, like the trash needs to be picked up, the budget needs to be prepared, those things that happen every year. But what are the goals the community has expressed that we need to communicate and make sure are documented, so, okay, well.
Yes. We can talk a little bit about it. That may be something we can sort of negotiate or work into the next town manager contract, some of those sort of processes and expectations.
And I think Mark's right, candidates are doing due diligence, they're gonna say, well, what are the goals? What is Reading trying to do? So, okay, so it's definitely a good time for us to take a
Very
look
good
at it
point.
again. Okay, thank you.
I know liaison reports were this week, they're on for next meeting, and I'm hoping one or two of us, it wasn't myself, the RMLD big meeting on the opt-in, opt-out, will we get an update on that from whoever the
Yeah.
liaison?
Yep.
Okay.
Okay, I know, I wonder if they've summarized that yet. Okay, yep, fair enough.
Minutes?
Okay. So Caitlin, how much success did you have getting the select board to send you the minutes, like by Monday?
Pretty good.
Okay,
Well,
good.
Yeah. So
I think it was bold or capitalized, right? Something, little emphasis to remind us.
I think I got everyone's, I'll start with 810, but I tried to put everyone's edits in one document. There was only one that I had an issue with, but I'll let you know when we get to that. But
Okay,
810,
thank you.
I think was pretty good.
Thank you very much. Have a
See
good
ya.
night. What time is it? 10:44. For a while there, I didn't think that clock was working.
Read this bigger, smaller.
Bigger would be great.
For all your documents, I had a list.
I know, that's brutal. Thank you. I didn't even proof those because that's crazy. And the emails. Okay, yeah.
Going forward, now that we don't have the emails, it'll be a little better.
Okay. Okay, great. I tried to follow your format and put my initials afterwards and bolded it and made it in red too.
Thank you. Everyone good with this?
Uh-huh.
Yep.
Yes.
Yes.
I like the very careful citation of the law. That's awesome. Okay, I'm good with that.
I wondered if Carlo was going to add anything in terms of his thinking.
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay.
Thank
I
you.
just am remembering, like, we're supposed to have like majority and minority opinions reflected.
Yeah, I did notice that it was, but I'm okay with it. The meeting was the meeting, and we had Mark and I, had a disagreement, and it got voted on and resolved. So I have no issues.
You good with these then?
I'm
That's
good.
something.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right, so motion to approve the minutes.
Wait. I just meant for that one, sorry. We have
Oh.
two more.
Sorry.
There's another little one right here.
Yeah, just a clarification.
Yeah.
I think that was it. Hold on.
I know, I go back
Another
and look at
little one
my
right here.
minutes, and so I'm like,
For
I need
two.
more nouns. Okay. Okay, good.
So on the one for the TM review process, I'm not seeing that one, so that must be more recent as a change. Can you just Can you read that, the red sentence? Is it the board
Yep,
agreed to?
it'll say the board agreed to submit their completed reviews to Sean by next week for
I
him to
think,
compile.
yeah, I think I shouldn't have crossed that review, sorry.
Fine.
Be in
That's
there.
a good catch.
This seems like 3 years ago, this meeting.
I know it,
Yep.
I know it.
It really does.
All right, and then that was it for these ones.
All
All
right.
right, how about motion to approve the minutes of August 10th, 2021, as amended?
Second.
Second.
Karen?
Karen, are you gonna call the roll?
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you. Okay, okay, second. Okay, any discussion? None of hearing. Board members, as I see you. Anne?
Yeah.
Carlo?
Yes.
Chris?
Yes.
Mark?
Yes.
Karen, yes.
The next two are short, if I remember correctly.
Hooray.
What's the next one? Is it 8:31?
Yeah.
8:31, yes.
Oh my God, Carlo, this stupid thing just came on.
So the window's open.
Okay, it says it's 500, which isn't great. That's weird.
With all these windows open,
We should open a door.
Oh, I guess it doesn't hold a charge very well.
it's nobody here now.
I know. Well, it's almost out of juice, so that's weird. It didn't come with a charger. I have to use a USB.
Caitlin, can you go up one more size?
Sorry, oh, yeah.
Even one more.
Okay.
I think those are your.
Okay, that's mine. Okay, yeah, okay, so I know what I wrote, I agree with those.
Yeah, these two are both mark edits, just
Great, awesome.
small. Edit from Karen. Adding in the ad hoc.
Thanks.
And then this was a new paragraph from, or couple sentences.
I'm okay with that.
That,
Yep.
Yep.
that was it for these ones.
Oh, marvelous.
Motion to approve the minutes of August 31st, 2021 as amended.
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion? None of hearing. At board members, as I see you, Anne,
Yes.
Carlo,
Yes.
Chris,
Yes.
Mark,
Yes.
Karen, yes.
Okay, and last ones.
September 8th.
Yes, 9/8. Everyone, please.
Yeah.
Bigger.
Bigger is better.
Okay.
Scroll up, please.
Oh, those work for me.
Work for me.
Everyone okay with these?
Yep.
I just had to get my sports reference in there.
Where Where is it? The
Don't
ball
always-
rolling?
Don't always fake them.
Oh, take the ball and run with it and the ball rolling. Okay, yeah, okay.
I know it's probably mixed metaphors too, but.
It's all right, we don't lose credit for that. I'm fine with that.
Okay, me too.
Okay, so in the Mark Doxer noted, it said, Mark Doxer is happy to serve as, if that is what the whole board wants. My recollection of the discussion is Mark Doxer noted he believes any of the board members would do a very good job serving the community by representing the board on the committee.
Yeah, that's fine.
Well, you said both, but, you know, it's,
Then put both in, that's fine.
yeah, I mean,
I'm fine with
I'm fine with it.
Yeah. I wanted it, yeah,
I remember Mark basically saying he didn't have a strong preference about who would serve from the select board. Maybe this is what you said more concretely.
Yeah, it's.
So that, I don't object, that's fine.
Yeah, that's fine.
I remember it was that Mark said that he would do with whatever the board agrees with, but obviously this is fine too.
Or we can do both.
Yeah.
I'm easy.
Yeah, it's fine.
Okay, I'm fine with this page.
Everyone else good with these next two?
Yeah.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know the order of this, I just remember like Mark's original motion, I then offered like two friendly amendments to, one of which was accepted and then one of which wasn't. So I think the language here shows like what actually we voted on, but then sort of like after the fact, I wrote just like a summary of the two friendly amendments and what happened with them.
Okay.
I'm okay with that.
Yep.
And that was it.
Oh my God, that's awesome.
All right, so move to approve the minutes of September 8th, 2021 as amended.
Second. Any discussion? Not appearing. Okay, board members, how would you like to vote? Anne?
Yes.
Carlo?
Yes.
Chris?
Yes.
Mark?
Yes.
Karen, yes. Great. I would love to entertain a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Any discussion?
Discussion allowed.
Okay, board members, Anne?
Yes.
Carlo?
Yes.
Chris?
Yes.
Mark?
Yes.
Karen, yes. We are adjourned. Thank you so